Half a day later, Yang Kai and Li Jiao sat opposite each other in a tea house. The fragrance of the tea tickled their noses, but both of them remained silent. Half a day of observation had given them a lot of time to see many things. Half-Dragon City was extremely strange. Putting aside how odd it was to see so many Dragonborn in one place, just the number of masters here was staggering. At least 1 out of 1,000 people in the street were in the Emperor realm. To put it into perspective, the population of this city was approximately 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 emperors living in this half-dragon city. What is this? There are simply too many of them. There were countless cities across the entire star boundary, both large and small. However, no other city would ever have enough Emperor Realm Masters to compare with Half-Dragon City. Oftentimes, just a dozen emperors living in one city was an astonishing sight. And even those numbers had taken the Emperor Realm Masters that were simply passing by into account. 100 was impossible, let alone 500. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and helped the cultivators break through quickly, the ratio was still too frightening to think about. To put it into perspective, even the top sects such as Azure Sun Temple had no more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters among their ranks. That wasn't even a fraction of the numbers in Half-Dragon City. In addition, Dragonborn with the Dragon Clan's bloodline seemed to have a generally higher status in Half-Dragon City. Of those in the same cultivation realm, a Dragonborn was often the leader among their peers. Yang Kai made a conjecture that if all the masters in this city were to take up arms, they would have enough strength to take over any city and any top sect in the star boundary. Only the great Emperor sects would be able to put up some resistance against Half-Dragon City. This entire city was like an invincible army. However, both Yang Kai and Li Jiao also discovered something else that was strange. The Dragonborn, especially those with slightly purer bloodlines, seemed to suffer from unstable auras. No matter how high or low their cultivation, they seemed unsteady on their feet and looked as if they were suffering from hidden injuries. Moreover, the higher the cultivation among those in the Emperor realm, the fewer the Dragonborn among them. What's with this situation? Yang Kai and Li Jiao had even more trouble understanding. Logically speaking, the Dragonborn had a unique advantage in cultivating due to the Dragon Clan's blood in them. Take Li Jiao for example. If he had not been a Dragonborn, his cultivation journey would have ended when he was in the Second Order Emperor realm. It was because of his Dragon Clan bloodline that he was able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Strangely enough, the situation seemed to be reversed in Half-Dragon City. The purer the Dragon Clan's bloodline, the harder it was for their cultivation to advance, and they reached the end of their cultivation in the Second Order Emperor realm. Thus, most Dragonborn cultivators were only First Order Emperors. Contrarily, there were Third Order Emperor Realm Masters among those that did not have the Dragon Clan's bloodline in them, such as the humans and monsters. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Yang Kai and Li Jiao did not hear anything that stood out too much. The only thing that caught their attention was when one person accidentally mentioned the words, Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, that person immediately realized that he had said something that was not supposed to be said and quickly changed the subject. It had left Yang Kai and Li Jiao feeling frustrated. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragonborn, there were all indications that this place was none other than Dragon Island itself. However, Yang Kai found that hard to believe in the face of a population of several hundreds of thousands. How can there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. The difference between this place and what he had imagined was so vast that he could not accept reality. While the two of them were immersed in their silence, a loud commotion sounded from the opposite shop. It sounded like a quarrel, and immediately following that, Emperor Qi surged and principles churned. The sound of something hitting the ground rang out, followed by a shocked exclamation. At the same time, a figure flew out from the shop and landed heavily on the ground. The figure turned out to be a woman dressed in a light yellow dress. She had a head of black hair that fell to her shoulders like a waterfall, while the shape of her back was slender and graceful. It was too bad that her face remained out of sight. The aura coming from her body was also not weak. She was a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Nobody knew who she had gotten into a conflict with inside that shop for her to be beaten up and thrown out, but it seemed as though the injuries she suffered were not light. When the pedestrians on the street saw the commotion, they hurriedly evaded the area. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to stick their nose into another's affairs, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. "Mother!" A child's voice cried out with a trace of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with some difficulty, wiped the fresh blood from the corner of her mouth, and glared in front of her with a livid gaze. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Whether from anger or fear remained unknown to the people. "Humph!" A cold snort rang out, and a man walked out of the shop with a sullen expression. His movements were neither fast nor slow. His hand was slightly lifted, grabbing a girl by her hair and dragging her outside with him. Caught in that manner, the girl could only walk after him with her body half-arched backwards. The girl was beautiful. She looked fairly young, and her body wasn't very well developed. With two small bulges on her chest, she looked extremely petite and exquisite. All in all, she looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were reddened, and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to be frightened, and her expression was filled with panic. Looking ahead of her, she cried out again, "Mother, please save me." Listening to her cries for help, this girl seemed to be the daughter of the woman that had been thrown out of the shop before. "Let her go," that woman growled through gritted teeth. The Emperor Qi in her body churned violently while her posture indicated that she was desperate to rush forward and fight. However, her daughter had been captured, which made her hesitant to act, lest she cause her daughter to be harmed. She didn't dare to act hastily regardless of how furious she was. Besides, the cultivation of that sinister and vicious-looking man wasn't just higher than hers. He was also a dragonborn. Even if she fought with her life on the line, she would still be no match for him. "Let her go." The sinister and vicious-looking man looked at the woman and laughed coldly. "Why should I let her go just because you asked me to? What thing are you?" Disdain was dripping from his words, and it was obvious that he did not put the woman in front of him in his eyes. While he was speaking, he lowered his head and took a sniff at the girl's hair. Then, he suddenly showed an expression of ecstasy. "How fragrant! I just love little girls like her." The girl had never gone through such experiences before, and feeling the burning aura coming from behind, she stiffened and wept even harder, crying out pitifully, "Mother, don't you dare!" The woman was enraged by the sight. Gnashing her teeth, she yelled, "Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you act so frivolously toward her?" The sinister and vicious-looking man sneered. "Of course I know whose daughter she is." The woman seemed stunned by those words. She clearly had not expected the other party to reply in such a manner. At first, she assumed that the other party was abusing his authority and harassing them. Thus, she only needed to bring out the name of her daughter's father to make the other party back off in fear, leaving the mother-daughter pair unharmed. Who could have expected that it would have no effect at all? She couldn't help but feel her heart sinking, knowing that the situation was against her. The other party had been targeting her all along. He must have investigated them beforehand, so threatening him with the father's identity was no longer of any use. The sinister and vicious-looking man said, "Did you think that person would care about a human like you? If he cared, he wouldn't have driven the two of you out." As soon as the words left his mouth, not only did that woman's expression darken, but the expressions of the onlookers also became dejected. They looked as if they had gone through the same experience that woman did. "Believe me, even if I strip her naked right here and right now, nobody will care about what happens to you," the sinister and vicious-looking man said, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder. The girl's body stiffened abruptly. Her tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably like a broken string of pearls. The woman standing opposite him was incredibly shocked by those words and shrieked, "No! If he really stripped her daughter naked here, then her daughter would never be able to hold her head high in public again. In the worst case, her daughter might even commit suicide. Her daughter was the only thing that made living bearable, so how could she just watch this travesty happen?" The words of that sinister and vicious-looking man made many of the onlookers frown in response. They felt that he was going too far, and somebody immediately piped up, "Hey, friend, it's not necessary to drive them into a corner. Even if they provoked you in some way, there's no need to humiliate them in this manner, right?" The moment that person spoke up, the expression of his companion next to him immediately changed drastically. His companion hurriedly tugged at him and whispered something in his ear. Following that, his expression changed too, and his face became rather sickly and ashen. The sinister and vicious-looking man turned to look in that person's direction and sneered, "What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Why don't you repeat that?" That person's complexion paled further as he cupped his fists and bowed, responding in a low voice, "Sir, please forgive me. I failed to choose my words carefully. Please forgive me if I have offended you, sir." The sinister and vicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and a long while passed before he suddenly shouted, "Scram!" When that person heard that word, he reacted as if he was granted a pardon by the heavens. He hurriedly turned around and fled. Although he was willing to stand up against injustice if it was within his capabilities, he did not have the courage to do so when his life was at risk. The rest of the onlookers saw the scene unfolding before them and understood that the Dragonborn in the Second Order Emperor realm was very influential. He might have a powerful backer supporting him, otherwise, his threat alone could not have been such a great deterrent. Some of the others could recognize that sinister and vicious-looking man. Thus, they knew just where his confidence was coming from. Sighing, they thought to themselves, "Both of them are done for. They could have offended anybody in the world, but they just had to offend this bastard. Their futures will not be easy." After throwing his weight around, the sinister man turned his head to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, "Do you know what to do now?" How could the woman not know what he was talking about? She clenched her fists so hard that her nails cut into her palms. Even so, she did not feel the pain. Lifting her eyes to look at her daughter, she smiled sadly and slowly got down on her knees. Prostrating herself, she pressed her forehead against the backs of her palms and aggrievedly said, "I am willing to serve you, sir. Please let my daughter go." The corners of his mouth lifted into a jeering sneer. The woman's lowly posture satisfied him greatly, and his gaze lingered on her round and tight bottom for a while before he leisurely swaggered over. All of a sudden, he lashed out and kicked the woman to the ground. The force of his kick was not small and caused the woman to roll across the ground several times before she stopped. "Mother!" The girl cried out sorrowfully when she saw that. "Shut up!" The sinister and vicious-looking man slapped his palm across the girl's cheeks, causing her face to swell up greatly. It could be that she had been scared senseless and did not dare to say anything else again after that. The pupils of her bright eyes dilated with fear. Meanwhile, the sinister and vicious-looking man kicked the woman again. It was clear that he was not done with her. Stepping forward, he stomped one foot down on her chest, causing her voluptuous peaks to deform from the pressure. The woman's expression was twisted in pain, but even so, she called out to her daughter, "Close your eyes." She did not want her child to see the state she was in right now. As a mother, how could that woman let her daughter witness herself being tortured? Unfortunately, the girl was completely stupefied. Her eyes were open wide and staring. At the same time, her tears flowed freely down her face. It could be seen that she had been frightened senseless. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier?" The sinister and vicious-looking man coldly snorted. He ground his foot into her chest several times. The sound of bone being dislocated rang out, but he acted as if he did not hear anything. Lowering his body, he snorted, "If you agreed sooner, you wouldn't have to suffer like this." The woman's expression was filled with pain. Even so, she gritted her teeth and refused to utter a single sound. She simply looked at her daughter and squeezed out a smile. It was too bad that that smile was uglier than if she had cried instead. "You rotten wretch! You should be honored that you caught my interest. How dare you refuse me?" It seemed as though he had not tortured her enough and still wanted to vent his rage. More than that, he clearly enjoyed the feeling of trampling on this woman. His eyes filled with bliss. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's gaze cooled slightly. He and Li Jiao had watched the entire scene unfolding before them, so they knew exactly what had happened. Although it was his first time in Half-Dragon City, and he was not very familiar with the situation here, he couldn't bear to continue watching the mother-daughter pair being tormented so badly under their noses anymore. Just as he was about to make a move though, Li Jiao stood up abruptly. Li Jiao was watching the woman being stepped on the ground with a shocked expression. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and in the next moment, fury burned in him. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The sinister and vicious-looking man was still trampling that woman underfoot. Neither you nor your daughter can escape. You will both come with me. While speaking, he grabbed the girl with one hand and reached out to grab the girl's mother with the other. At that moment, without warning, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. An imposing emperor pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the sinister and vicious-looking man. The sinister and vicious-looking man was utterly shocked. Kicking out with his feet, he flew backwards and yelled, "Who?" Li Jiao stretched out his hand to form a fist, slamming it straight into that man's face. The sinister and vicious-looking man was horrified and hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to defend against the attack. However, the fist pressure became infinitely magnified in the next moment and smashed into his nose. Then he was sent flying by that punch with a loud crack, sounding as if something had split apart. Concurrently, he lost his grip and the girl he had captured broke free from him. A loud crash subsequently rang out as the man slammed into the shop behind him, breaking who knows how many things as he fell. Climbing up with some difficulty, he felt extremely dizzy and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He reached out to wipe at his nose, smearing blood all over his hand. It would seem as though his nose had been broken. He was enraged as a result. Immediately rushing out of the shop, he fixed a cold gaze on Li Jiao, and his murderous intent rose like a tide as he shouted through gritted teeth, "Impudence!" Meanwhile, Li Jiao ignored him, and instead he was focused on the girl he had rescued before turning to look at the woman who was still lying on the ground, saying in a low voice, "Go and help your mother up." The girl remained motionless. She had probably been overwhelmed with fear. On the other hand, the woman stared at Li Jiao in astonishment. She had not expected anybody to help them at this point. After all, that sinister and vicious-looking man was not somebody they could afford to provoke. That man's cultivation could not be counted among the best in Half-Dragon City, and many others were stronger than him. Even so, he was not somebody that just anybody could afford to offend. Anybody who offended him would meet a terrible end, and it had nothing to do with their cultivation. When that woman saw Li Jiao's face clearly though, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and let out a soft exclamation in response. Their gazes met, and a look of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes. However, that woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her reaction, Li Jiao sighed softly and gave the girl a soft push. Only then did the girl return to her senses and step forward to help her mother while bawling her eyes out. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the sinister and vicious-looking man. It was strange to say that even though he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was higher than his by a whole minor realm, he was not the slightest bit scared. Rather, he glared at Li Jiao hatefully and snapped, "How dare you injure me? I don't care who you are. You're dead. You took those words right out of my mouth." Li Jiao turned back to look at the sinister and vicious-looking man, his expression completely indifferent, but the suppressed rage in his voice clear to all. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. He gazed at the woman before shifting his gaze to Li Jiao. A moment later, his expression changed as if he had understood something. On the other side, the sinister and vicious-looking man was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter and said grimly, "You are pretty courageous. No one has ever dared to speak to me in that manner in Half-Dragon City. There's one now." Li Jiao took a shallow breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before. The rage burning in his chest threatened to explode right out, and he could barely restrain himself from venting his anger and smashing this sinister and vicious-looking man into powder. "You court death." Similarly, the sinister and vicious-looking man was incredibly furious. His aura intensified, and the color of the dragon's scales under his neck deepened considerably. Simultaneously, a faint dragon pressure spread in the air. Many of the dragonborn within the crowd suddenly looked uncomfortable. Couldn't be helped, as this was a form of bloodline suppression. The dragon clan bloodline of that sinister and vicious-looking man was purer than theirs. Moreover, his cultivation was in the second-order Emperor realm. If he used his full strength, not many dragonborn within Half-Dragon City could stand against him. Even the humans and monsters who were not dragonborn looked extremely uncomfortable and began to back away. Meanwhile, Li Jiao's expression remained unchanged as he stood there as immovable as the mountain. He simply stared at the sinister and vicious-looking man coldly. The expression of the sinister and vicious-looking man twisted slightly when he saw Li Jiao's calm and indifferent demeanor. He couldn't help thinking that something was wrong. Knowing that Li Jiao also had the Dragon Clan's blood flowing in him, that man dared to be so reckless because he was certain that Li Jiao's bloodline was not as pure as his. Contrary to his expectations, Li Jiao's reaction to the overwhelming dragon pressure gave him a shock. How is he unaffected? How can this be? Is the bloodline suppression not working? That's impossible. There's only one possible reason for his indifference. His bloodline is not inferior to mine. At that thought, his expression changed drastically. His cultivation was incomparable to Li Jiao's in the first place, and if his bloodline gave him no advantages, then he was no match for Li Jiao whatsoever. Upon taking a closer look at Li Jiao, a suspicious look flashed through his eyes. He realized that Li Jiao did not look even a little bit familiar, so much so that he had no recollection of ever meeting Li Jiao before. Dragonborn might be common in Half-Dragon City, enough to number several tens of thousands, but not many Dragonborn were emperors. There were only a few hundred in Half-Dragon City that were in the Emperor realm in total, of which humans and monsters accounted for roughly 80%. Totaling up all the Dragonborn in the Emperor realm amounted to less than 100, so this man essentially had some recollection of all of them. Even if he was not close with them, he would have met them several times before. That was inevitable. They were all living in Half-Dragon City after all. The city might be big, but they would still run into each other over the years. In contrast, Li Jiao was a face he had never seen before. Where did this guy pop out from? His cultivation is in the third-order Emperor realm, and his bloodline is not inferior to mine. I've never heard of a guy like this before. At this point, he was utterly stunned. The woman was shocked too. Similarly, the surrounding onlookers were absolutely astonished. Everybody stared blankly at Li Jiao as though he had flowers on his face. After a while, the sinister and vicious-looking man felt cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had the feeling that he had chosen a bad match. Disgraceful! Li Jiao snorted coldly and activated his power too. In the next moment, a trace of dragon pressure that was obviously stronger than that of the sinister and vicious-looking man's covered the entire surrounding area. Following that, the man's dragon pressure disintegrated instantly like a bubble popping. Muffled exclamations rang out from the surrounding onlookers as they suppressed their reactions. Third-order dragon vein. It's a third-order dragon vein. Was there someone with a third-order dragon vein in Half-Dragon City? Li Jiao furrowed his eyebrows at those exclamations. He knew that his Dragon Clan bloodline was impure, but he did not know how to classify it. He had never had anything else to compare it with after all, let alone a standard he could measure against. The classification of the Dragon Clan's bloodline originated from Dragon Island and the Dragon Clan, so it was not known to outsiders. However, judging by the exclamations from the crowd, the Dragonborn of Half-Dragon City seemed to have a clear idea of the standards of classification. So, I have a third-order dragon vein. It was the first time Li Jiao had ever heard of that himself. Did we have a Dragonborn like that in Half-Dragon City? Who is this person? How come we've never seen him before? Look at his power. He probably has a third-order high rank, right? I don't think so. It's probably only mid-rank. Someone is about to be in trouble. Don't joke around. It's not like you don't know that person's background. He might not necessarily be the one in trouble. The expression on that sinister and vicious-looking man changed constantly as he cursed endlessly in his heart. What the hell? Where did someone possessing a third-order mid-rank dragon vein pop out from? I myself only have a second-order high-rank dragon vein. There's a difference of 2 minor realms between us. My cultivation is not as good as his, and my bloodline is not as pure as his. How am I supposed to fight him? A wave of dragon pressure pressed down on him, and his expression became extremely troubled. The Emperor Qi in his body could barely respond, and the meridians in his body squirmed. At the same time, the throbbing from the depths of his heart made him panic. It was also the first time Li Jia had experienced the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he had always been the one being suppressed. He could only shrink in fear in front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing. This time, he was finally the one standing on top. The rage in his heart had yet to subside though, and raising his hand, he swept his palm at the sinister and vicious-looking man's face. The sinister and vicious-looking man wanted to resist. However, he did not have the power to do so. He couldn't even dodge aside when the slap came at him. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Consequently, one side of that man's face swelled and several of his teeth were knocked out. He spun around several times before crashing heavily into the ground. That was how much power Li Jiao's attack contained. Afterwards, Li Jiao turned around. His cold expression disappeared immediately to be replaced with a kind one as he looked at the little girl. He slapped you once, so I slapped him back. Was that enough to vent your anger? Meanwhile, the girl was in shock. She did not know Li Jiao. More than that, she did not know why he was helping her. All she knew was that she had been filled with grievances and fear when she and her mother had been harassed by that sinister and vicious-looking man. In contrast, she currently felt overjoyed to see that man receiving his just desserts. Hence, she had a good impression of Li Jiao, a person she had just met by coincidence, so she nodded repeatedly in response to his question. He smiled. If you think it's not enough, I can hit him a few more times. The girl mulled over it for a moment and shook her head. Li Jiao continued. Good. Then I'll help your mother vent some of her anger now. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned around again, the cold expression was back on his face. He approached that sinister and vicious-looking man, step by step. The sinister and vicious-looking man was dizzy after being slapped in the face, and when he finally got his bearings again, he saw that Li Jiao was standing in front of him all of a sudden. Thus, he became angry out of shame and opened his mouth to curse at Li Jiao. How dare you hit me? Li Jiao's eyes drooped. Then he lashed out again. A crisp slapping sound rang out, and the other side of that man's face swelled as a result. The double suppression from their bloodline and their cultivation left that man with no power to resist. Thus, he could only take the beatings passively. You bastard! How dare! Before he finished speaking, Li Jiao smashed another fist into his face. He was hit so hard that his skin tore off. You, Hong! Another punch slammed into his face. The surrounding onlookers were as silent as cicadas in winter, feeling a chill running down from the tops of their heads to the bottoms of their souls. Li Jiao was extremely furious and ignored everything around him as he rushed forward and pinned that sinister and vicious-looking man. Then, he began punching that man's face repeatedly with both fists. The sounds of punching rang out continuously, so much so that that man couldn't even get another word out of his mouth. Although Li Jiao appeared ruthless, he also knew his limits. This was an unfamiliar place after all, and even if he wanted to help those two vent their anger, he did not kill that man. Therefore, that sinister and vicious-looking man's life was in no danger whatsoever, even though he suffered such a terrible and miserable beating. Friend, it would do you good to be forgiving. Besides, this person isn't somebody you can afford to offend. A voice suddenly floated into Li Jiao's ears. Somebody had sent a divine sense transmission directly to him, causing him to frown and reduce the force behind his attacks considerably. Most of his rage had calmed down after beating that man up, so he was no longer as unreasonable as he had been previously. The woman he rescued finally came back to her senses and screamed, "Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Sir, please stop!" She wasn't pleading on behalf of that sinister and vicious-looking man. How could she possibly plead on his behalf after suffering such humiliation at his hands? Her daughter even saw the entire scene. She was brimming with a thirst for revenge, but she was worried about Li Jiao. If Li Jiao killed that man, he would not walk away from this incident alive. Thus, she was filled with the guilt and anxiety of dragging him into her problems. In response, Li Jiao punched the sinister and vicious-looking man 2 more times before stopping and coldly snorted, "Worthless dog!" The woman took the opportunity to run forward and clutched at his arm as she begged, "Sir, please stop. Stop hitting him." Li Jiao got up, looked at the sinister and vicious-looking man lying on the ground coldly, and snarled ferociously, "I'll let you off this time. If this happens again, I will rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." At this moment, the face of the sinister and vicious-looking man was covered in blood, and his expression was literally deformed. Nobody knew whether it was because he was feeling incredibly embarrassed or he was actually severely injured, but he lay motionlessly on the ground as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked the sinister and vicious-looking man once again before turning to look at that woman with a slightly complicated expression and asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Then she gently let go of his arm. She was also an Emperor Realm Master. Thus, she was only slightly injured despite being subjected to that torture just now. "Good." Li Jiao nodded. Lowering her head, the woman bit her red lips lightly before uttering, "Many thanks for lending a helping hand, sir, but you should leave quickly. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City anymore." Li Jiao frowned at those words. Whether it was this woman's current reaction or the message from before, both were conveying a clear meaning. Li Jiao was no fool, so how could he not realize that the man he had beaten up was somebody influential? "I've really done it now. This is going to be troublesome." Li Jiao couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Even so, he did not reveal his uneasiness in front of the woman. Besides, he would still make the same choice even if he was asked to choose again. It wasn't because he had a gallant and compassionate nature. It was just, "Are you going to keep addressing me in that manner?" He looked at the woman and sighed softly. The woman's tender body trembled and continued to play dumb as she asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" "Ha!" Shaking his head, Li Jiao did not continue pestering her on that topic and simply said, "Come with me." After saying that, he led the way. The woman hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she called her daughter over and held her hand before following behind him. Walking into the tea house from before and heading to the 2nd floor, Li Jiao immediately saw Yang Kai smiling at him strangely. He couldn't help blushing furiously in response, knowing that his impulsive actions just now had made him seem like a fool. He was a 3rd-order emperor as well as a palace master, so it was indeed rare for him to lose his composure in such a manner. Without saying anything, Li Jiao returned to his original seat. Yang Kai pushed a cup of tea over to him, which he downed in a single gulp with a grim expression and remained silent. Meanwhile, the mother-daughter pair stood next to each other happily. If one were to look at them carefully, one would notice that they had many similarities. Moreover, they were both extraordinarily pretty. The woman had been injured, and she even had some blood in the corner of her mouth. But that did not take away from her beauty. Li Jiao remained silent. Similarly, the woman said nothing either. She simply stood there with her head lowered as if she had done something wrong. On the other hand, the girl studied Yang Kai and Li Jiao curiously, although she was relatively more curious about Li Jiao as he had rescued her and her mother. Thus, she was more cordial and grateful toward him. "Why don't you sit down and talk?" Yang Kai smiled at them slightly. The woman shook her head and whispered, "I have received your kindness, sir. It's enough for me to remain standing." Li Jiao was frustrated when he heard what she said and took another sip of tea. She continued, "Two sirs, you should leave Half-Dragon City as soon as possible. You must not stay here for long." Yang Kai asked, "Who is he?" She answered, "He isn't anything important, but he can communicate with the other side." She did not explain clearly as it seemed to be a taboo of some sort. Seeing the indifferent expressions on both Yang Kai and Li Jiao's faces though, she anxiously turned to Li Jiao and explained, "Sir, you really have to leave soon. It will be too late if you don't leave now." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her in annoyance and quickly snapped back, "Are you going to continue pretending not to know me?" As soon as those words left his mouth, she immediately lowered her head again and did not dare to look at him. The girl next to her widened her eyes curiously and stared at her mother. Then, she turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Do you know my mother?" Li Jiao snorted, "You have to ask her yourself." Li Jiao seemed to be a little angry. However, even he did not know why he was feeling upset. In response, the girl innocently turned her head. "Mother, do you know this man?" The woman remained silent, but her tender shoulders began shaking softly. Her tears dripped down like a string of broken pearls as she looked like she was reminiscing about something sad. "Mother!" The girl's eyes reddened at the sight, and she reached out to hug her. "Why are you crying? So many years have passed, yet you're still the same." Li Jiao felt speechless. Knowing that his words had been a little too harsh just now, he suddenly felt bad. Unfortunately, he did not know how to comfort her, so he fidgeted anxiously for a bit before turning to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled. "Elder sister, please have a seat." Although they were both in the First Order emperors, this woman was certainly older than him, so it was not wrong of him to address her as elder sister. Furthermore, she seemed to be an old friend of Li Jiao's, so it was only natural for him to show some courtesy to give Li Jiao some face. After all, Li Jiao had gone out of his way to play the role of a hero just now. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words immediately caused Li Jiao's face to turn a brilliant shade of red. Nevertheless, he sternly ordered, "Sit. Why are you just standing there? If people didn't know better, they might think that I am bullying you." The woman continued weeping quietly. Even so, she sat down with her daughter. She probably felt that it was unsightly of her to stand there and cry. Her emotions were all over the place. Nobody knew if it was because of the harassment she received earlier or her meeting Li Jiao again after so many years. In any case, her tears flowed without stopping. Seeing that it wasn't convenient for her to talk at the moment, Yang Kai decided to turn to look at Li Jiao instead and secretly communicated with him via divine sense. "Do you know her?" He had guessed as much before Li Jiao even made a move. Besides, what happened afterwards gave him various indications that Li Jiao and this woman were old acquaintances. It was just that he found it strangely coincidental for Li Jiao to meet somebody he knew in this weird place called Half-Dragon City. Li Jiao nodded lightly in response, his expression becoming complicated again as memories flashed through his eyes. Yang Kai did not inquire any further. It wasn't easy to ask about something so private, and he just couldn't shake the feeling that the relationship between Li Jiao and this woman was not an ordinary one. "Palace Master Yang, have you ever heard of the sect Dreamgate?" Li Jiao was silent for a long time before he answered through divine sense without any warning. "Dreamgate?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I have." Dreamgate was also located in the Northern Territory, but it was nothing compared to Fire Dragon Palace, Full Sky Sect, Seeking Passion Sect, or Ice Heart Valley. That was because there were no Third Order Emperor Realm Masters in that sect. The strongest among them was merely a Second Order Emperor. Therefore, Yang Kai did not have a thorough understanding of this sect even though he had heard of it before. Hearing Li Jiao mentioning it at this time, he immediately understood that this woman had something to do with Dreamgate. Li Jiao continued, "Dreamgate's sect master, Wuxia, is only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although his cultivation is not the greatest, it is not bad either. Furthermore, Dreamgate is a sect with a long history. Sect Master Wuxia might not have many achievements under his belt, but he has been able to maintain the inheritance passed down by his ancestors well. The point is, he has many children. In particular, his third child is very beautiful and very famous. Everybody knew her as Lu San Yang." At this point, he turned to look at the woman who was crying softly next to them. "It was probably around 300 years ago. I was out traveling when I encountered a group of evildoers committing heinous crimes. I'm sure you are familiar with such incidents, Palace Master Yang." Not knowing the circumstances, I did not dare to interfere in the matter lightly. But just then, a lone woman decided to intercede on behalf of justice. Her strength wasn't bad, but in the end, she was just a third-order Dao source realm at the time. She was surrounded by danger on all sides, so I saved her from her predicament and became acquainted with her. That woman was none other than Lu Sanyang of Dreamgate. I am not afraid of being laughed at, Palace Master Yang, but the lecher in me was tempted by her beauty. After getting to know her for some time, I learned that she had a favorable impression of me, and therefore I went to Dreamgate to ask for her hand. Li Jiao was born lecherous. Combined with the dragon clan's blood flowing in him, it was only natural for him to be charmed by Lu Sanyang's country-destroying beauty. Lu Qiu allowed the marriage, and as I did not wish to delay the matter any longer, I planned for the wedding to be held in a month. It's a pity that one cannot predict the heaven's will. Lu Qiu sent a message half a month later saying that Sanyang had disappeared. Naturally, I was furious. I went crazy at Dreamgate and injured many people. However, it was later verified that Sanyang had vanished for no reason. It wasn't the doing of Dreamgate. Fire Dragon Palace and Dreamgate searched for Sanyang's whereabouts for years after that, but there had been no leads whatsoever. Li Jiao gave a wry smile. It was as if she had vanished off the surface of Star Boundary. It was very strange indeed. This matter was such a huge deal back then that everybody in the Northern Territory knew about it. It was extremely embarrassing for me. Li Jiao was the Palace Master of Fire Dragon Palace, as well as a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, it must have been quite humiliating for him to be involved in a marriage scandal like that. Yang Kai could almost imagine how Li Jiao had felt at the time. No wonder he went crazy at Dreamgate in his rage. If I had been in his shoes, I wouldn't have been able to hold back either. Up until today, Li Jiao let his sentence trail away. Turning to look at Lu Sanyang, he fell silent for a moment before sighing again. Couldn't be helped. They had been mutually in love at the time, but the woman he used to love now had a daughter of her own. Thus, he couldn't help feeling heartbroken at the sight. Even though 300 years had passed, some things could not be smoothed out with time. Li Jiao did not know why or how Lu Sanyang vanished back then. He also did not know how she turned up in this small world. More than anything else, he did not know whose child that girl was. When he heard her voice earlier at the tea house, he had simply thought that it sounded familiar. It wasn't until that sinister and vicious-looking man kicked her to the ground that Li Jiao saw her face clearly and acted out of shock and rage. The woman who had been betrothed to him had disappeared for 300 years. Moreover, she had given birth to the child of another man. Any man would simply not be able to bear such humiliation. It was only because it was Yang Kai that Li Jiao bothered to explain the situation. If it had been any other person, he would not have revealed such embarrassing secrets. In any case, it was not the first time he was humiliated in front of Yang Kai, so he was already used to it. Big Brother Li. A low voice rang out from the side. Lu Sanyang had finally stopped sobbing. Wiping her tears from the corners of her eyes, she called out to Li Jiao. Yang Kai choked and nearly burst into laughter. Big Brother Li? I can't believe that there are people in this world who address Li Jiao in such a manner. Moreover, it's such a beauty too. He sure has pretty good fortune in love. Unfortunately, now was not the time for laughter. Thus, he hurriedly picked up a teacup and placed it by his mouth. On the other hand, Li Jiao looked shaken. He turned to look at Lu Sanyang with turbulent emotions, but what came out of his mouth was a sneer. Are you going to stop pretending now? Lu Sanyang did not look up as she whispered. I was too ashamed to meet you. That's why I didn't dare to admit that I know you. Oh, so you know that you should be ashamed to meet me? He coldly snapped. Li Jiao was feeling extremely vexed. At first, he wanted to ridicule and humiliate her to vent the anger that had been simmering in his heart for so many years. However, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue again when he saw her bleak and miserable appearance. At the same time, his face became slightly distorted. Rubbing her eyes hard, Lu Sanyang lifted her head and forced a smile at him. I really would have never imagined that I'd be able to meet you again, Big Brother Li. His heart softened at the sight of her face, and he no longer had the heart to blame her for anything else anymore. The person I have wronged the most in my entire life is you, Big Brother Li. I won't have any complaints even if you want to beat me, scold me, or even kill me. It's just, while speaking, she turned to look at her daughter with eyes that were filled with love and longing. The girl was shocked to hear those words, and all the goodwill and gratitude she felt for Li Jiao vanished from her heart instantly. She jumped up, spread her arms wide in front of Lu Sanyang, and shouted, "Don't bully my mother!" Li Jiao immediately became exasperated. Slamming his hands on the table, he shouted, "When have I ever bullied her?" The girl jumped in fright, blinking several times as pea-sized tears slid down her cheeks. Despite trembling uncontrollably, she continued standing in front of her mother with her arms spread open. "Why is this girl so much like you?" Li Jiao felt a little speechless. His words and tone had been a little harsh just now, so he felt extremely apologetic and looked extremely uncomfortable. Lu Sanyang reached out and pulled her daughter's arms down, coaxing her in a gentle voice, "Cheener, don't cause a fuss. Your Uncle Li will not bully me." The girl seemed skeptical. However, she no longer dared to challenge Li Jiao again after he yelled at her just now. Lu Sanyang continued, "Big Brother Li, you should leave as soon as possible. That person won't let things go so easily now that you beat him up. If you don't leave now, things will get very troublesome." Li Jiao smiled coldly. "Trash like him? I won't show him any mercy if he dares to pester me again." He was simply being stubborn and prideful when in actuality, he felt rather uneasy inside. Half-Dragon City was simply too strange. He would never have placed himself in the limelight if he had not accidentally come across Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang shook her head though and continued, "Big Brother Li, I know that you are powerful. However, it doesn't matter how strong you are in this place. The opponents you will face are not ordinary people." Despite feeling extremely nervous inside, he immediately scoffed at her words. "If that's so, then I really want to see what kind of help he can bring." Lu Sanyang was about to continue speaking when Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Sanyang, you don't need to worry about our affairs. Rather, I'm very curious about why you suddenly disappeared back then." He knew that what Li Jiao wanted more than anything else in the world was the answer to that question. Putting himself in Li Jiao's shoes, he knew that this matter was a thorn in Li Jiao's heart, one that had been pricking at him for 3 centuries now. Nevertheless, Li Jiao seemed reluctant to ask that question. Rather, it might be more accurate to say that he seemed scared of asking. He was probably worried about what he might gain or lose from knowing the answer, so Yang Kai decided to ask in his stead. Upon hearing that question, Li Jiao's expression twitched as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Despite how calm he acted on the outside, his hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. Lu Sanyang did not expect Yang Kai to ask that question so forthrightly, so a trace of shame surfaced on her face and she lowered her head. "It happened so long ago. I don't remember it that well anymore." That answer clearly did not satisfy Li Jiao, and he couldn't be bothered to keep up with pretenses anymore. His expression sank immediately and he shouted, "In other words, the feelings you showed me back then were nothing but lies. Good, good, good." He looked sad and indignant. If any other man had been the one to encounter this situation, they would not have remained calm either. Just thinking about the marriage back then left him feeling incredibly vexed, and he was tempted to slap that shameless woman to death. "That's not it." She abruptly lifted her head with all her strength as her tears came rolling down her cheeks again. "The feelings I had for you were genuine. I wanted to marry you, Big Brother Li." The way she looked caused his heart to soften again, and his ferocity subsided considerably as he quickly said, "I need an explanation for what happened back then." She shook her head again, however, and as a result, the rage in his heart that had cooled flared up again, and he stood up and spat. "Fine. You don't need to tell me. I won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other in the first place. Let's go, Palace Master Yang." Although what happened back then was extremely regretful, Li Jiao had overcome so many other challenges over the years, so by now, he could take what came his way in stride. His cultivation was not low after all, and his mental fortitude was exceptional. As soon as Li Jiao turned around to leave though, Lu Sanyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. She sobbed for a while before explaining in a soft voice, "I was kidnapped back then." Li Jiao's face twitched upon hearing those words, but he said nothing. He simply stood there without moving and did not mention leaving again either. Back then, our marriage had been decided and I was eagerly awaiting Big Brother Li's arrival at Dreamgate. But I could not bear it any longer and wanted to meet with you right away. Hence, I ran out secretly. I wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you. But I never imagined. At this point, she couldn't continue speaking anymore. She was probably recalling the memories from back then, and they choked her up so much that she couldn't even speak anymore. "Mother?" The little girl started crying too as she raised her hand to wipe away her mother's tears. For a moment, both mother and daughter wallowed in grief and wept their eyes out. Then, Li Jiao sighed. "That's enough. Stop crying. It's fine. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far." Lu Sanyang shook her head, barely able to control her emotions as she continued. "I was only a third-order Dao source realm at the time, while that person's cultivation was extremely high. Unable to fight back, I was kidnapped and there was no need to explain what happened next. She was such a stunning beauty, so she couldn't escape unscathed after being kidnapped." Li Jiao's expression turned frosty at those words and he asked coldly, "Who was it?" Lu Sanyang did not answer directly and instead simply continued her story. "After that, he brought me here, to Dragon Island." "Dragon Island?" Both Li Jiao and Yang Kai were shocked and looked at her in unison to ask, "Is this really Dragon Island?" She looked up at them, feeling curious about the reason why they did not know where they were even though they were already here. Nodding, she confirmed their suspicions. "That's right. This is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other, their expressions sinking. Although Lu Sanyang did not mention who had kidnapped her, the answer was obvious. Who else could freely come and go from Dragon Island aside from the Dragon Clan? Li Jiao clenched his fists tightly, and his hand trembled violently. "No wonder she refused to tell us. It was the work of the Dragon Clan. If I had not forced her to talk, she would never have revealed the truth. Her disappearance back then was related to the Dragon Clan after all." Yang Kai frowned, secretly thinking that this matter was going to be very troublesome. Li Jiao was the same. It wouldn't have mattered if it were anybody else, even if it were another third-order Emperor Realm Master. Li Jiao was willing to risk his life to get revenge and seek justice on Lu Sanyang's behalf. However, it turned out her abductor was a dragon. Li Jiao laughed bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, "The Dragon Clan is something I can't afford to offend." Just the bloodline suppression alone prevented him from having any thoughts of resistance. Thus, he fell back heavily in his seat with an ashen complexion. "My woman was snatched from me and humiliated beyond words. I also lost a great deal of face because of that incident, but even after learning the truth of the matter, I can't even take revenge." A strong sense of helplessness sprung up in his heart, leaving him extremely depressed. "How did you end up in this place?" Yang Kai looked at Lu Sanyang with a frown. "The dragons are lustful in nature. To add to that, she is a stunning beauty, so it makes sense for her to attract the attention of someone from the Dragon Clan and get herself kidnapped. But how did she end up in Half-Dragon City then?" Yang Kai was puzzled by this conundrum while at the same time, he sympathized with Li Jiao. The Dragon Clan bastard that kidnapped her is a real piece of shit. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, Li Jiao became suspicious too. He frowned and asked, "That's right. Why did you end up here? What happened to the guy who harmed you?" Lu Sanyang lowered her head and was silent for a while before she whispered, "After being taken back to Dragon Island, I was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. It was a life no better than death." Her voice choked, and her body trembled continuously, until 14 years ago. She turned and glanced at her daughter with a sad smile. "I was finally driven out of the Dragon Palace when Qiner was born." Li Jiao was taken aback by her words and couldn't quite wrap his head around what she said. But when he finally returned to his senses, His complexion turned pale with rage as he slammed his fists down on the table and shouted, "That bastard!" Similarly, Xianxia's expression was no better. That Dragon Clan member really is a piece of shit. It was bad enough that he kidnapped a woman, brought her to Dragon Island, and made her suffer for so many years, yet he kicked her out when her daughter was born. Where are his morals? Is he someone without a heart? Xianxia had not held much prejudice against the Dragon Clan before, simply feeling that they were too arrogant for their own good. On this point, both Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were carved from the same mold. However, if the Dragon Clan was not arrogant, could they even be called the Dragon Clan anymore? He never expected the Dragon Clan, who called themselves the strongest and the head of the myriad spirits, to actually have such reprehensible conduct. Then this girl is... Xianxia looked at the girl when he asked the question. She said nothing to that, but the meaning was obvious enough. She is a child of that bastard. She has their blood flowing through her. Why was she kicked out of that dragon palace? Li Jiao frowned. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Regardless of the circumstances, her daughter was still part of the Dragon Clan. So why would they kick both mother and daughter out of the Dragon Palace the moment the daughter was born? Lu Sanyang replied in a quivering voice, "Those are the rules of the Dragon Palace. It doesn't matter if you are infertile or have yet to give birth to children, but once you do, those without a dragon vein will be expelled from the Dragon Palace. Qin'ershi wasn't born with a dragon vein. What kind of rule is that?" Li Jiao was furious. These children are their flesh and blood, regardless of whether they have dragon vein or not. How can they kick their children out like they were disposing of unwanted garbage? Isn't the Dragon Clan being too inhumane? This is truly too much. Xianxia lost any favorable impression he had towards the Dragon Clan. However, Lu Sanyang smiled sadly and shook her head. These kinds of stories are not uncommon on Dragon Island. Turning to look outside, she pointed at the pedestrians who came and went outside. Where did you think all these people in Half-Dragon City came from? Where do they come from? Li Jiao asked. She explained. Many of them were expelled from Dragon Palace. Even if they themselves weren't, their ancestors were. What? Xianxia and Li Jiao widened their eyes in unison. There are very few true members of the Dragon Clan, and it is always very difficult for them to conceive children. Thousands of years can go by without a single new addition to the clan. Additionally, the ratio between men and women is very unbalanced in the Dragon Clan. Hence, most adult males in the Dragon Clan leave Dragon Island occasionally to search for excellent women, kidnap them, bring them back, and use them as tools to fulfill their desires. Over time, many of these women would eventually become pregnant. After giving birth, they can remain in Dragon Palace under observation. Even if the child is born with a dragon vein, it must be of a certain order or else even they will be expelled from the Dragon Palace. That's how humans, monsters, and even dragonborn with impure bloodlines have been added to Dragon Island over the years. As the number of humans, monsters, and dragonborn increased, they eventually established Half-Dragon City. That's how Half-Dragon City began. Afterwards, the residents of Half-Dragon City got together with each other and gave birth to the next generation. Over the years, the population increased and gradually developed into what it is right now. After listening to Lu Sanyang's explanation, Xianxia and Li Jiao were so shocked that they couldn't say a word for a very long time. Is that how Half-Dragon City was formed? All living creatures in Half-Dragon City, be they human, monster race, or dragonborn, are descendants of the Dragon Clan. That's just unbelievable. Lu Sanyang had made it very clear. A portion of the people in Half-Dragon City were driven out from Dragon Palace. These people were none other than the women who had been captured by the Dragon Clan and their respective children, like Lu Sanyang. However, this group was small in number. The rest were the descendants of people like them that had continually reproduced over the generations. They made up the vast majority of the population. No wonder this place was named Half-Dragon City. It turns out that there is an actual reason for this moniker. All the residents in Half-Dragon City had some relation to the Dragon Clan. What else should the city be called if not Half-Dragon City? At first, Li Jiao felt as if he had been cheated on by his once future wife. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to vent his anger. Even meeting with her today caused unpleasant emotions to erupt within him, and the reason he asked so many pointed questions of her was that he simply wanted to get a clear picture of the situation. But after listening to those words, all Li Jiao felt now for her was sympathy and regret. It wasn't her fault for being kidnapped. At the time, she was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. So how much resistance could she put up against a member of the Dragon Clan? Besides, what happened to her was so saddening that he couldn't even blame her anymore. Letting out a long sigh, he couldn't help feeling that he was not fated to be in a relationship with her. Then, he looked at the girl and asked, "What is your child's name?" She replied, "Yuqin." Lu Yuqin. Li Jiao nodded and asked another question. "What is the name of the dragon that harmed you?" Lifting her head, she anxiously asked, "What are you going to do? I was humiliated so badly, and it's all that guy's fault. Don't I at least have the right to know his name?" Lu Sanyang shook her head without saying anything. It was clear that she wasn't willing to tell him the name of that Dragon Clan member, lest she bring trouble down on him. She understood Li Jiao's circumstances, but the other party was a member of the Dragon Clan, and this was Dragon Island. How could Li Jiao possibly bear to offend that man? She did not want to see him meeting a tragic ending because of her. Her reaction enraged Li Jiao, and he was just about to say something when he frowned and turned to look into the distance. At the same time, Yang Kai seemed to notice it too and focused his gaze in the same direction. "A dragon!" Li Jiao shouted with a solemn expression. He and Yang Kai had been searching this place for so long to no avail. They saw neither hair nor hide of the Dragon Clan during this time. Who could have known that the Dragon Clan would show up on their own initiative? Before that member of the Dragon Clan approached, a monstrous power washed over them from a distance, and Li Jiao couldn't even move a muscle from the effects of the bloodline suppression. Similarly, the many Dragonborn in Half-Dragon City noticed what was happening and quickly stopped and stared. A loud dragon roar soon came from afar. Immediately after that, the figure of a great dragon appeared before everybody. It was a green dragon a few dozen meters long, and it flew through the clouds and quickly arrived in the skies above Half-Dragon City. The dragon body covered the skies as its giant head stared down from above. The entire Half-Dragon City seemed to tremble and all the residents within it panicked. The Dragon Clan was absolute on Dragon Island. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan rarely came to Half-Dragon City. For one to suddenly appear left them feeling at a loss for what to do. They did not know the reason for this green dragon's sudden appearance. That green dragon remained in midair for a long time, taking in the entire situation of Half-Dragon City before assuming human form. A young man in his 20s or 30s appeared on the spot with a flash of light. He was wearing gaudy clothes, looking like a butterfly flying through the city. Following that, a figure suddenly flew out from Half-Dragon City. Yang Kai and Li Jiao watched this scene with shocked expressions. This couldn't be helped though, as the person who flew over to meet the green dragon was none other than the person Li Jiao had beaten up earlier. At this moment, the sinister and vicious-looking man cautiously and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon with a fawning smile. He was shorter than the green dragon by a head. Furthermore, he had yet to recover from the injuries he sustained before, so his cheeks were badly swollen, and he had lost some teeth. Combined with his current ingratiating behavior, he looked extremely ridiculous. The green dragon glanced at the sinister and vicious-looking man and frowned slightly. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. "Greetings, Senior Fu Qi. I didn't know you were coming. Do you have any instructions for me?" The sinister man did not immediately start snitching to this green dragon by the name of Fu Qi. That was because he knew that everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, were nothing but ants in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. Although he could communicate with the other side of Dragon Island, he was still no different from an ant to them. Trying to tattle at this moment would not only make Fu Qi ignore him, but it would also annoy Fu Qi instead. Fu Qi did not look at the sinister and vicious-looking man at all and simply said indifferently, "The dragon blood flowers need watering." The sinister and vicious-looking man hurriedly nodded when he heard those words. "I understand." I will prepare for it immediately. Will 200 as usual be enough? Fu Qi nodded gently. Yes, sir. Please return ahead of me. I will bring the people to Dragon Palace immediately. Fu Qi then added, I also need 500 ordinary people. The sinister and vicious-looking man was stunned by those words. 500 ordinary people? He looked confused, wondering why Fu Qi made such a sudden request like that. In the past, the Dragon Clan essentially only came to Half-Dragon City for matters related to the dragon blood flowers. It had always been enough to bring 200 Dragonborn over to the Dragon Palace. There had never been a precedent where ordinary people had been brought along before. Regardless of how high a person's cultivation was, they were nothing but ordinary people to the Dragon Clan as long as they did not have the Dragon Clan's bloodline in them. What for? He didn't quite understand the situation. Are you questioning me? Fu Qi turned around and glanced at the sinister and vicious-looking man with a frigid look. In response, the sinister and vicious-looking man became anxious. He knew he should not have asked that question. No matter what the Dragon Clan did, his job was simply to do as he was ordered. He did not have the right to inquire too much into it. Therefore, he immediately lowered his head and said, Of course not. I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me. Senior Fu Qi, I was careless with my words. Scram! Fu Qi spat out before closing his eyes and standing there motionlessly. The sinister and vicious-looking man thanked the heavens for his luck before he immediately spun around and flew towards Half-Dragon City. Inside the tea house, Lu Sanyang's beautiful face paled drastically as she screamed, Big Brother Li, please leave immediately. It will be too late if you don't leave right now. Li Jiao frowned as he watched the sinister and vicious-looking man fly towards them and calmly replied, It's already too late to run. He had assaulted that sinister and vicious-looking man previously, and it was clear that the other party was holding a grudge over it. Although he did not hear what that man said to that green dragon, Li Jiao knew that he couldn't get out of this easily just by looking at the unkind expression on that man's face. Do I regret doing that? No, I don't. Lu Sanyang was being humiliated right in front of his eyes, so if he had just stood idly by, he wouldn't be able to call himself a man ever again. It was just that Li Jiao had not expected trouble to come knocking on his door so soon. Lu Sanyang once mentioned that the sinister and vicious-looking man could communicate with the other side. Now, it would seem that the other side was referring to Dragon Palace and the Dragon Clan. Yang Kai squinted at the sinister and vicious-looking man flying towards them and asked, What's so special about this person? Why is he able to communicate with Dragon Palace? Lu Sanyang sighed after hearing that question. She understood that there was no escape for Yang Kai and Li Jiao at this point. Where could they go with a member of the Dragon Clan here? Her expression was full of guilt, knowing that she had dragged the two men into her mess as she quickly said, That person's name is Yuan Wu. There is nothing special about him. He just got lucky. He has a second-order high-rank dragon vein and speaks eloquently in front of those with power. Therefore, he has always been in charge of communicating between Dragon Palace and Half-Dragon City. What about that green dragon? Yang Kai glanced at the Dragon Clan member standing in midair. Her expression became complicated. His name is Fu Qi. He is a fifth-order dragon. It was only natural that she knew of Fu Qi. She lived in Dragon Palace for 200 to 300 years after all. Besides, there were only a few members of the Dragon Clan. His surname is Fu? Yang Kai was surprised. I thought all the Dragon Clan members on Dragon Island had the surname. Li Jiao spoke up. It is said that there are two surnames among the Dragon Clan living on Dragon Island. One is Zhu, and the other is Fu. Yang Kai nodded. A fifth order, barely passable. Lu Sanyang was shocked as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze and secretly wondered, what kind of background does Big Brother Li's friend come from? How can he speak so brazenly? How can he say that a fifth-order dragon is just barely passable? The strongest in Half-Dragon City only had a second-order high-ranked dragon vein, and they were nothing compared to a fifth-order true pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. The differences between the Dragon Clan and the Dragonborn in Half-Dragon City were like night and day. Hence, she thought that Yang Kai was simply bluffing. On the contrary, Yang Kai was simply stating facts. The only Dragon Clan members he came into contact with before were the siblings, Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, both of whom had 8th Order dragon veins and were 8th Order dragons. Moreover, Zhu Qing had broken through to the 9th Order after becoming intimate with him, so what was a 5th Order dragon in comparison? Even without Lu Sanyang's explanation, he could tell that the green dragon called Fu Qi did not have an extremely pure bloodline because Fu Qi's true appearance as a dragon had only been a few dozen meters long, a far cry from Zhu Lai's 200 meters long body. What is a Dragon Clan member like him doing here? Li Jiao asked with a frown. Lu Sanyang regained her senses and explained, "It's probably for the dragon blood flowers." The dragon blood flowers? Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard the words as he whispered, "Are there dragon blood flowers in Half-Dragon City?" What Lu Sanyang went through had left him feeling humiliated. Unfortunately, the enemy was a member of the Dragon Clan. In terms of pure cultivation, Li Jiao believed he would not lose to that dragon. After all, he was a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master. However, in terms of bloodline, he was unworthy of even polishing their shoes. Therefore, he had to bolster his bloodline first if he wanted to get revenge, and the best way to do so was using dragon blood flowers. That was why Li Jiao suddenly lit up with interest at the mention of these exotic flowers. If he could strengthen his bloodline with them, then he might stand a chance against that Dragon Clan member in a fight. To his surprise, Lu Sanyang shook her head. How can there be dragon blood flowers in Half-Dragon City? Dragon blood flowers are the foundation of the Dragon Clan and can only be found in Dragon Palace. But you just said, she continued, the dragon blood flowers need to be watered and nurtured with dragon blood. There are so few members of the Dragon Clan in Dragon Palace that it wouldn't be of much use to the dragon blood flowers even if they drained their blood dry. What's more, doing this kind of thing will have a negative impact on one's strength if done frequently. Hence, the Dragon Clan will not use the blood of their clan members to nurture the dragon blood flowers unless absolutely necessary. Fu Qi came here for Dragonborn. While Dragonborn bloodlines might not be very pure, they make up for that in numbers. Using the blood of Dragonborn to water the dragon blood flowers has shown to be effective too. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai and Li Jiao immediately understood the situation. Li Jiao had cultivated a dragon blood flower before, and similarly used his own blood to nurture it at the time. Dragonborn numbered as many as tens of thousands in Half-Dragon City, which made them a good choice for this task. From another perspective, it could be said that Dragon Palace was using Half-Dragon City as a source of dragon blood for watering the dragon blood flowers. Their scheme was truly ingenious. That explained the disparity the two of them had noticed in Half-Dragon City. It had puzzled them as to why the higher the cultivation, the fewer the Dragonborn among them. Among the human and monster race there were several 3rd Order Emperors, but not a single Dragonborn was in the 3rd Order Emperor realm. This was clearly the answer to that conundrum. The Dragonborn with higher cultivations had been dragged to Dragon Palace to nurture the dragon blood flowers, and after years of repeated bloodletting, it would be a miracle in itself if their cultivation did not regress. How could they even expect to improve in their cultivation? Lu Sanyang turned to look at Li Jiao and said uneasily, "Big brother Li, Yuanwu will definitely take you away." Li Jiao's expression was incredibly ugly. When he attacked Yuanwu earlier, he had revealed his identity as a Dragonborn. Moreover, he had overpowered Yuanwu in both bloodline and cultivation. It was only to be expected that Yuanwu would not let Li Jiao get away with that behavior, especially now that he had been ordered to search for Dragonborn to nurture the dragon blood flowers. It was easy to tell just by looking at his flight path that Li Jiao was the first person he was approaching for this task. Li Jiao suddenly became a little uneasy and looked to Yang Kai for help. If he were dragged to Dragon Palace to nurture the dragon blood flowers, he might have to bleed himself dry in the worst-case scenario. Only Yang Kai could save him from this predicament. Even an 8th Order Red Dragon couldn't do anything in front of Yang Kai. So what was a 5th Order Green Dragon to him? Let's watch how things develop for now, Yang Kai said in a soft voice and took a sip of tea. Li Jiao felt reassured, knowing that Yang Kai was not going to abandon him. Things progressed as they had expected. Yuanwu headed directly to the tea house and flew into the 2nd floor. He glared at Li Jiao coldly, the fear and horror from before gone completely. Instead, he gave off the sense of a small-time villain intoxicated by a feeling of success. He had been humiliated by Li Jiao because his bloodline and cultivation were both inferior to Li Jiao's. However, he now had a fifth-order green dragon behind him, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Rather, he was eager for Li Jiao to resist. That way death would be the only ending waiting for Li Jiao. I come under the orders of Senior Fu Qi. I need 200 Dragonborn to go to Dragon Palace to serve. All Dragonborn above the Dao Source Realm are to gather here immediately. If anyone does not appear within a quarter of an hour, all will be killed without mercy. Yuan Wu announced, his voice not loud but still resounding enough to spread throughout Half-Dragon City. As soon as those words rang out, all the Dragonborn above the Dao Source Realm panicked and their expressions became extremely troubled. Needless to say, they understood the reason why Fu Qi came looking for Dragonborn to go to Dragon Palace. There could be no other reason aside from watering the dragon blood flowers with their blood. It was a difficult and unrewarding task. Throughout the ages, every Dragonborn who went to Dragon Palace would suffer severe damage to their foundation, and in severe cases, they might even suffer regression in their cultivation. There were also cases where some died on the spot. Naturally, no one wanted to do such a difficult and unrewarding task. It was just that Fu Qi remained above Half-Dragon City, so no one dared to resist even if they wanted to. They couldn't escape from this place, nor could they escape from Dragon Island. So they were fated to be oppressed by Dragon Palace for life. For that reason, all the Dragonborn above the Dao Source Realm began moving from all directions to gather at the tea house after Yuan Wu's announcement. "You! Get over here!" Yuan Wu shouted, pointing at Li Jiao. Li Jiao's expression changed slightly. Although he had known from the beginning that Yuan Wu would definitely target him, it was still upsetting when it happened. He would have slapped that man again if not for that green dragon's presence. Unfortunately, doing that under the green dragon's watch was tantamount to declaring war against the entire dragon clan. Li Jiao did not have the guts to do so. "The rest of you, get over here too." Yuan Wu suddenly pointed again, including Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, and her daughter in their midst. Lu Sanyang's expression changed abruptly. Similarly, Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what that man was up to. Dragon Palace should only be looking for Dragonborn to nurture the dragon blood flowers. Lu Sanyang, her daughter, and I are not Dragonborn, so why are we included in the mix? Is he trying to take revenge on us by abusing his authority? But I don't think he has the courage to do so. Although the green dragon kept his eyes closed, the commotion here was no secret to him. If Yuan Wu tried to do anything by borrowing his authority, Fu Qi would definitely not allow it. After all, he did not consider Yuan Wu to be worth his time, so why should he let Yuan Wu take advantage of him? "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yuan Wu deliberately shouted loudly with a displeased expression when he saw that no one at the table was moving. At the same time, he secretly glanced in Fu Qi's direction. It was clear that he wanted to make a large commotion. If Yang Kai and the others defied direct orders, then he could openly kill them. Therefore, he was not mad at Yang Kai's current behavior. Rather, he was happy. He couldn't help wishing that Yang Kai and his friends acted as arrogantly as possible. Acting so high and mighty in front of the Dragon Clan. He must not know the word death. Meanwhile, Li Jiao glanced at Yang Kai. He was all out of ideas. In contrast, Yang Kai continued sipping his tea with an indifferent expression. "How brave of you! How dare you disobey the orders from Dragon Palace? You court death." Yuan Wu looked angry on the surface, but he was dancing with joy inside. "Go on. Keep being arrogant. Soon, you'll be begging for death." The other people in the tea house had incredulous expressions on their faces as they glanced at Yang Kai's table. These guys sure are not afraid of death. It has been many years since Half-Dragon City last saw thorns like them. Yuan Wu continued to yell, "Don't blame me for not warning you. None of you can afford to pay the price for causing a delay in Senior Fu Qi's affairs." When those words rang out, Fu Qi, who had been floating above the Half-Dragon City with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and snarled angrily, "Why are you wasting time on nonsense? Hurry up and finish this." Yuan Wu jumped in fright and his complexion paled. He knew that his performance had upset Fu Qi, and he did not have the leisure to rub his authority in Yang Kai's face anymore. Thus, he immediately opened his mouth and announced, Senior Fu Qi has ordered 500 ordinary people to be brought to Dragon Palace. Those that I selected are required to prepare for departure immediately. Otherwise, no mercy will be shown to those who resist. After saying that, he pointed at Yang Kai and the others again and ordered you and you. He circled his hand around and picked out all the people in the tea house. Everybody in the tea house had terrible expressions on their faces and looked extremely uneasy. In the past, the Dragon Clan only came to Half-Dragon City to look for Dragonborn. In their eyes, ordinary people had no value except for becoming outlets of their sexual desires. Therefore, nobody knew the reason why Dragon Palace suddenly wanted 500 ordinary people to be sent there as well. Those who had been picked out by Yuan Wu looked depressed. If we had known this would happen, we would never have come here for tea. Dragon Palace was not a place people came and went at will. In fact, they might never leave that place alive if they went there. When it came down to it, Yang Kai and the others were undoubtedly the cause of this incident. If they had not clashed with Yuan Wu before, the latter would not have rushed to the tea house directly. This was truly a disaster. All of a sudden, many people looked at Yang Kai and the others with resentful expressions, silently pinning their hatred on him and his group. There were only slightly more than 20 people inside the tea house, so after Yuan Wu picked them all out, he flew out and busied himself with the rest of his tasks in Half-Dragon City. Fu Qi was watching him, so he didn't dare to slack off. For that reason, he tried his best to round up the required manpower, not even spending any time picking a quarrel with Li Jiao anymore. What should we do, Palace Master Yang? Li Jiao secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. He did not want to go to Dragon Palace as although he had never been there before, he was instinctively afraid of that place. At this point, he could only rely on Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai glanced at him calmly and replied, Let's go with the flow for now. He came to Dragon Island to look for Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, he had neither seen hide nor hair of her anywhere. He did not know where to find her, so Fu Qi's appearance was an opportunity. Zhu Qing was probably inside Dragon Palace. For that reason, there was nothing he wished for more than to sneak into Dragon Palace with Fu Qi. It was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, he did not put up much resistance against it. As for what to do once they entered Dragon Palace, if it was a choice between a direct showdown or going with the flow, then he could only choose to go with the flow for now. Li Jiao wasn't in a position to refute, especially since Yang Kai had already said so. Nodding lightly in acknowledgement, he turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Follow me. I will not allow you to be harmed. Lu Sanyang had turned pale after being selected by Yuan Wu. Dragon Palace was a land of nightmares to her. She had lived there for 200 to 300 years, wishing every day she could escape. Although she was later kicked out by the Dragon Clan and was humiliated as a result, she finally got what she wished for. She never imagined that she would have to return to Dragon Palace again after some 10 or so years had passed. The thought filled her with terror and unease. Her grip on her daughter tightened considerably. Lu Yuqin could sense the changes in her mother's mental state. Thus, she snuggled against her mother without saying anything. It didn't take long for all the preparations to be completed. The number of Dragonborn who gathered here far exceeded 200 people, but Yuan Wu was clearly very experienced in this. He chose 200 Dragonborn with relatively good cultivation and health before dismissing the rest. Those Dragonborn that had been dismissed noticeably let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the remaining Dragonborn all had sorrowful expressions as if they had been recently bereaved. The 500 ordinary people were also gathered in the same place. Only when everything was in place did Yuan Wu fly towards Fu Qi. Standing at a respectful distance, he cupped his fists and smiled. Sir, everything is ready. This matter cannot be delayed. Follow me. After saying that, Fu Qi led the way. Yuan Wu turned around and yelled, All of you, keep up with the group. You will not be forgiven if you delay Senior Fu Qi's affairs. He did not know why Fu Qi wanted these 500 ordinary people either. Even so, the Dragon Clan's business was always top priority on Dragon Island. He could not handle these matters carelessly. When the crowd heard those words, their expressions turned serious as they chased after Fu Qi. In an instant, 700 figures rose into the sky. There were many Emperor Realm Masters among them, a magnificent sight to see. Lu Sanyang was in the First Order Emperor Realm, but Lu Yuqin was only in the Saint King Realm. Hence, it was only to be expected that Lu Yuqin couldn't keep up with the speed of the group with her meager cultivation. They were fortunate to have Li Jiao assisting them, so they did not get left behind. Li Jiao's current perception of the mother and daughter pair was extremely complicated. More so when it came to Lu Yuqin. She was the child between Lu Sanyang and a member of the Dragon Clan. So no matter how innocent and cute she was, it was hard for him to have a favorable opinion of her. The resentment he held extended toward Lu Sanyang, as he felt as if he had suffered the world's greatest humiliation for no reason. At the same time, he also understood that Lu Sanyang was not to blame for this incident. Back then, she simply missed him and secretly snuck out of Dream Gate to visit him at Fire Dragon Palace. Who would have thought that she would be kidnapped by a member of the Dragon Clan halfway through her journey and brought back to Dragon Island? No one could have predicted this, and she never chose for it to happen either. Furthermore, it was easy to tell from the way she didn't dare to acknowledge him when they ran into each other again due to the guilt she felt towards him. Therefore, his emotions felt extremely complicated. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Lu Sanyang understood why he was feeling down, so she followed him silently throughout the entire journey, not speaking a single word so as not to annoy him. The group of 700 was completely silent and filled with feelings of unease. The Dragonborn knew what they were expected to do on this trip, but the 500 ordinary people were extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent where Dragon Palace gathered ordinary people before. Moreover, this situation came about far too suddenly. For that reason, some of the people who were on better terms with Yuan Wu approached him to inquire about the matter. It was a pity, but what could Yuan Wu tell them? He was simply following Fu Qi's orders to gather ordinary people and had no clue as to what was going to happen next. Nevertheless, he responded to their inquiries vaguely and put up a difficult-to-read demeanor in front of them. His attitude left them feeling annoyed, but they were helpless against him. During the journey, Yang Kai found an opportunity and secretly handed several bottles of spirit pills to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was inevitably going to have to use his blood to nurture dragon blood flowers, which might affect his strength if he went unprepared. At the very least, he should be able to overcome this crisis with the help of those spirit pills. Knowing that what Yang Kai was giving him were quality goods, Li Jiao did not refuse. He simply accepted them quietly and secretly felt grateful towards Yang Kai. After the group left Half-Dragon City and flew for half a day, they felt a hot and humid sea breeze blowing against their faces, and the sound of waves crashing against the reefs entered their ears. Yang Kai looked up and saw an endless sea stretching out in front of him. It went as far as he could see, seemingly stretching out infinitely into the distance. The fact that there was a sea in this small world was beyond his expectations. It would seem that the scale of this small world was much larger than that of the revolving world. Additionally, the world energy coming from the sea was incredibly rich. The closer they got to the sea, the more obvious this became. Another half-day later, a small island suddenly appeared in front of them when evening rolled around. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang promptly explained, "That's Dragon Palace. It's located on that island?" Yang Kai asked. She shook her head in response. Glancing at Li Jiao with her beautiful eyes, she sighed when she saw that he wasn't paying attention to her and replied to Yang Kai's question with a sad expression, "No. Dragon Palace is composed of many islands. That is just the entryway to Dragon Palace." The name Dragon Palace is a collective term. Each Dragon Clan member has their own spirit island. They don't live together. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He understood in his heart that powerful divine spirits such as dragons would not be used to living communally. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Therefore, the amount of world energy they needed for cultivation was incredibly large. It was only natural that they would not live together in one place. If they really did that, it would not be beneficial for their growth. Even in a big sect like Azure Sun Temple, each elder had their own spirit peak. What's more, this was the Dragon Clan, so these spirit islands were equivalent to their dens. Somebody seemed to be waiting for them at the entrance to Dragon Palace. When they got closer, they saw it was a woman, a young girl, to be precise. She seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old at a glance, not much older looking than Lu Yuqin. However, her real age was far beyond that number. The Dragon Clan grew at an extremely slow pace. Oftentimes, it took several hundred years just for them to be considered true adults. Hence, her 15 or 16-year-old appearance was nothing more than her surface appearance. She was wearing a purple sleeveless dress that exposed her fair arms and had an ample bosom and beautiful looks. It was just that her brow was furrowed deeply in impatience. She had probably been waiting there for a long time now. As soon as she saw Fu Qi approaching, she yelled, "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting here for half a day now." Fu Qi frowned and replied, "Traveling always takes some time." On the other hand, Yuan Wu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Fu Ling. It's the Fu clan again." Yang Kai's expression changed as he studied the girl and secretly wrinkled his brow. His first impression of Fu Ling was not very good, but that couldn't be helped as her expression gave off an insidious feeling. From the way Yuan Wu was behaving, it was obvious that he had been in and out of Dragon Palace many times, even daring to speak first to Fu Ling. It could be seen that his arrogance within Half-Dragon City was not without reason. Fu Ling off-handedly glanced at Yuan Wu and said contemptuously, "Oh, it's you." Seeing that she remembered him, Yuan Wu felt excited and was about to say something, but she did not give him a chance to speak. Fu Ling waved her hand impatiently and continued, "Whatever. Since you're here, come with me. The flowers are waiting for you." As soon as those words rang out, all the Dragonborn, including Yuan Wu, looked miserable. Even though they knew that it was inevitable, they still couldn't help feeling apprehensive when the time came. Fu Qi crossed his hands behind his back and snorted lightly. "Get going, you hybrids!" Dragonborn was just the name the people in Half-Dragon City with the Dragon Clan's bloodline called themselves. In front of the true Dragon Clan, these so-called Dragonborn were nothing but hybrids, bastards with impure bloodlines. They were the despicable byproducts of the Dragon Clan's release of sexual desires, and no Dragon Clan member cared about their lives or even remembered their faces, regardless of whether they had blood ties between them or not. If not for that, Lu Sanyang and her daughter would not have been kicked out of Dragon Palace. After all, Lu Yuqin's biological father was a pure-blood dragon. The 200 Dragonborn were obviously accustomed to that title, and no matter how high or low their cultivation, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction towards it. Thus, they separated from the crowd and gathered towards Fu Ling. Li Jiao suddenly became restless as he moved slowly while glancing towards Yang Kai. He never dreamt that he would be separated from Yang Kai the moment they stepped into Dragon Palace. His only hope in this place was Yang Kai, so what could he rely on if they were separated? Besides, he was more worried about Lu Sanyang than his own situation. Despite the resentment he had towards her, it was a thing of the past. Moreover, the truth had become clear, and now, Li Jiao hated that Dragon Clan member that harmed her far more. Yang Kai gave him a meaningful look, and he nodded imperceptibly in response. Li Jiao knew that there was no need to worry about the safety of Lu Sanyang and her daughter as long as Yang Kai was watching over them. Yuan Wu quickly asked, "Sirs, what about these ordinary people?" "I have other uses for them," Fu Qi answered, frowning. The gears in Yuan Wu's head spun quickly, and he immediately suggested, "Do you want me to stay behind to monitor them? As you know, these people, some can be quite disobedient. Who knows? I might be of some use if I stay here with them." Yuan Wu was just talking without much thought to it. The main reason was that he was extremely unwilling to nurture the dragon blood flowers. He had done this more than once and would be weakened for a year to 2 after each session. It was an excruciatingly painful experience. Who could have thought that Fu Qi would nod in agreement after briefly considering the suggestion? "All right then, I will leave them to you, hybrid. If anything happens, you will be held responsible. Yuan Wu was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. I won't let you down, sir. Let's go, Fu Ling urged impatiently. Hence, the 200 Dragonborn had no choice but to follow behind her and flew in the direction of the Spirit Island where the dragon blood flowers were being cultivated. Many of them looked at Yuan Wu enviously before they left, making him feel very proud of himself. All of a sudden, his eyes flashed and he glared at Li Jiao with an insidious expression. It so happened that Li Jiao was looking back at that moment. Their gazes met, and the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth lifted in a smirk. He had suffered at the hands of Li Jiao back in Half-Dragon City. He had been badly beaten and lost a lot of face. Now the tables had turned. Li Jiao was about to be taken away to nurture the dragon blood flowers while he had the easy task of watching the 500 ordinary people. Comparing his situation to Li Jiao's, he felt extremely happy and satisfied. So what if your bloodline is stronger? So what if your cultivation is higher? You still need to bleed for dragon blood flowers. Besides, that mother and daughter pair was finally in his hands again. He was already in the middle of planning how he could torture those two to vent his grievances. He turned his head to glance at the pair. Then he turned back to give Li Jiao a deliberately provocative look and snickered. The meaning behind that look could not be more obvious. Contrary to expectations, Li Jiao was completely unaffected. He simply glanced at Yuan Wu coldly. What's more, the look in his eyes seemed to contain a trace of ridicule and sympathy. What does that mean? Yuan Wu's expression immediately went cold. Despite ruminating over it for a while, he still could not understand the meaning behind the look Li Jiao had given him. Earlier, Li Jiao had stepped up to protect Lu Sanyang and her daughter. It was quite clear that they were friendly with each other. Why is that guy so indifferent towards my provocation? Yuan Wu frowned deeply, his mind full of doubts. Li Jiao had no need to worry about Lu Sanyang and her daughter because Yang Kai was with them. It would be fine so long as Yuan Wu did not do anything. However, it would end very badly for Yuan Wu if he dared to do something. Li Jiao was certain that Yang Kai would not stand idly by when it came to Lu Sanyang and her daughter. The 200 Dragonborn disappeared into the distance and vanished out of sight. Then, Fu Qi turned around and headed in another direction without saying anything. Yuan Wu had no time to worry about Li Jiao's unusual reaction and quickly shouted, "Hurry and keep up! Don't cause delays for Senior Fu Qi." He was used to bullying others by relying on the Dragon Clan's authority. Therefore, his tone was very rude. Even so, nobody dared to complain about it. The 500 ordinary people hurried after Fu Qi. As Lu Sanyang and her daughter passed by, Yuan Wu smiled coldly and immediately leaned over. Lu Sanyang shuddered, her complexion paling slightly. Li Jiao was gone, and she had lost her support. Moreover, Yuan Wu could communicate with the Dragon Clan. If he really raised his hand against her or her daughter, she would have no power to fight back. Thus, she secretly vowed to herself, "Even if I die, I won't allow my daughter to fall into Yuan Wu's hands." Her daughter might be the byproduct of that dragon's impropriety. But Lu Yuqin was also the baby she carried and gave birth to. The only reason she had been able to continue living all these years was Lu Yuqin. If not for her daughter, Lu Sanyang would have chosen death a long time ago. How could she have survived until today? She held her daughter in her arms and quietly moved to the side, putting some distance between Yuan Wu and them. Unfortunately, Yuan Wu would never let such a chance slip away. He moved closer to her, clearly trying to take advantage of the situation to feel her up. In response, her expression suddenly became very unnatural. Lowering her head, her pretty face turned deathly pale. Glancing to the front, Yuan Wu saw that Fu Qi was flying without paying much attention to what happened behind him. Therefore, he immediately reached out his hands boldly to grab at Lu Sanyang's firm peaks. He had been lusting after her for a long time now, as it was rare to see such a gorgeous beauty in Half-Dragon City nowadays. Furthermore, she had been expelled from Dragon Palace, which meant that she had been intimate with a member of the Dragon Clan, giving Yuan Wu a perverted sense of anticipation. It was only to be expected that he would not let the opportunity pass him by now that he could finally get rid of that itch. To his surprise, though, his hands grabbed at nothing but air and his expression darkened as a result. Turning to look to the side, he discovered that Lu Sanyang, who had been right next to him, had slipped to the other side somehow. Moreover, a young man wearing dark blue clothes was standing between him and the mother and daughter pair. He had been completely focused on feeling up Lu Sanyang and did not notice when that young man had arrived. When he looked up, he saw the young man giving him a cold glance. Did this guy do that on purpose? Yuan Wu immediately became annoyed. As he was able to communicate with the Dragon Clan, his status within Half-Dragon City was very high, and whether they were human, monster, or dragonborn, even the stronger cultivators had to show him some measure of respect. The previous beating he suffered at the hands of Li Jiao inside the city had enraged him greatly. Hence, he could not believe that there were still people out there that would ruin his fun. He glared at the person, and his expression turned frosty. "It's you!" He recognized Yang Kai as the young man sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. They clearly had a friendly relationship with each other. "What's this? Since that Dragonborn is gone, you're stepping up to protect those two instead? What can you protect with that pitiful cultivation of yours?" Yuan Wu did not think much of Yang Kai, as his own cultivation was second-order Emperor Realm, and he had a second-order high-rank Dragon Vein on top of that. Yuan Wu could put up a fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master, and even if he couldn't win, protecting himself wasn't an issue. Yuan Wu had failed to detect Yang Kai's cultivation before because the latter had not used his Emperor Qi. However, everybody was flying at this moment, and the aura fluctuations Yang Kai gave off exposed his strength. A first-order Emperor? How dare a first-order Emperor defy me? Moreover, a mere human. Yuan Wu was so furious that his nose twitched in rage. This little brat is looking down on me too much. Is he insane? He darkly sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. "Little brat, you sure are bold. How dare you spoil my fun?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly as he replied, "I've always been this bold." Yuan Wu was taken aback by those words, not having expected Yang Kai to be so unyielding. He initially thought that Yang Kai was simply acting out of loyalty and summoned up the courage to stop him as a result. If that was the case, he simply needed to act fiercely to scare the other party away. To Yuan Wu's surprise, though, his statement not only failed to scare the other party away but actually drew insults to himself. This is a rebellion. Thus, Yuan Wu instantly hated Yang Kai and secretly planned to create a chance for Yang Kai to suffer a fate worse than death. How dare a mere human boy in the First-Order Emperor realm act so presumptuously in front of me? If I wasn't worried about Fu Qi at the head of the group, I would have beaten this little brat senseless already. Smiling coldly, Yuan Wu sneered, "Good, very good. Don't forget those words you said. I hope you don't regret saying them in the future." Yang Kai sneered, "Rest assured, I have never regretted anything I did." He is too cocky, too arrogant. Yuan Wu was livid. Nobody in the whole of Half-Dragon City had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner before. Not only did somebody break that precedent today, but that person also had an expression of, "What can you do to me?" While speaking those words, gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Do you think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because Fu Qi is right there? If that's the case, you're gravely mistaken. Go on then, do something." Yang Kai looked at Yuan Wu sincerely. "If you want to make a move, go ahead. I promise I won't fight back." Yuan Wu was livid beyond words. Unfortunately, he truly did not dare to make a move. Fu Qi was right in front of him, and if he did anything without a valid reason, Fu Qi would punish him first. Yuan Wu was not ignorant enough to believe that Fu Qi's willingness to speak a few words to him meant that he thought any differently about him. The Dragon Clan was prideful and could not be bothered to speak with people like him. It was simply better to have a familiar face to speak with than a stranger. Yuan Wu knew he meant nothing to Fu Qi and could be replaced on a whim. He understood this point very clearly. Hence, he was so furious that his face flushed red when Yang Kai provoked him in that manner, causing him to issue a vicious threat. "Little brat, I will remember you. Once we reach the island, I will show you what suffering means. Waste. Yang Kai glanced at Yuan Wu coldly. Yuan Wu was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned red. What did you say? Yang Kai moved his lips and spat out that word again. Slowly, nearly causing Yuan Wu to explode with rage. At that moment, a figure suddenly intervened between Yang Kai and Yuan Wu. That person cupped his fists at Yuan Wu and smiled ingratiatingly, his divine sense surging as he clearly said something to Yuan Wu. It was a middle-aged man with a monkey-like face and shifty rat-like eyes. At first glance, he did not look like a good thing. Nevertheless, that person's cultivation was not weak. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and seemed to be of the monster race. The monster chi surrounding him was very dense, but it was not very pure. These kinds of situations were very common in Half-Dragon City. The dragons had a lustful nature and did not discriminate when it came to their conquests. Therefore, women of the human race were not the only ones that the dragon clan kidnapped and took back to Dragon Island. There were women from the monster race too. If those women gave birth to a child of one of the dragon clan members, it would often bring about a situation like this where the child did not have a dragon clan bloodline. Unfortunately, their monster chi was not pure either, and combined with the unique situation in Half-Dragon City where humans and monsters intermingled with each other, it was inevitable that some half-monsters would be born as a result. Half-monsters generally had a hard time cultivating and increasing their cultivation, so to be in the second-order Emperor realm was an amazing achievement in itself. While communicating with Yuan Wu via divine sense transmission, that man secretly winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked, then laughed to himself. This half-monster certainly was kinder than he looked. This man was obviously aware of the conflict between Yang Kai and Yuan Wu and deliberately came to rescue the former. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai did not need any rescuing whatsoever. Just as Yuan Wu did not think much of Yang Kai, what could Yang Kai possibly think of Yuan Wu? Even so, this man's gestures made Yang Kai form a favorable opinion of him, and it reminded him that he should not judge a person by their looks. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that he was an insidious and wretched person. Moreover, if one were to meet this person on the streets, they would have stayed as far away from him as possible, lest they were harmed by him in any way. Who could have known that the half-monster would be such a kind and warm-hearted man? Despite not being acquainted with Yang Kai, he was willing to risk his life to help him. After all, his actions could easily offend Yuan Wu. Going by their current situation, what good would there be to offend Yuan Wu? Therefore, this man's actions made Yang Kai's perception of him improve by leaps and bounds. Still, it was rather strange. This vicious-looking man had blatantly interfered in the matters between them, and although Yang Kai did not know what he was talking to Yuan Wu about, Yuan Wu did not seem upset at him. Rather, Yuan Wu leaned in closer. It would seem that the ingratiating and fawning expression on this vicious-looking man's face was very pleasing to Yuan Wu. Afterwards, Yuan Wu did not bother Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, or her daughter again for the remainder of the journey. Yang Kai stared into the distance and narrowed his eyes. He had been hesitating over the idea of revealing his identity so that he could search for Zhu Qing. After all, he and Zhu Qing were already husband and wife, so it was only natural for him to come and find her. Besides, he also had the Dragon Island token in his possession. However, after meeting Fu Qi and Fu Ling, he had a vague feeling that acting rashly in that manner was not a good idea. He might not only fail to meet Zhu Qing if he did that, but it might also cause some unpredictable consequences. Hence, Yang Kai decided to act according to the situation and opportunity. Let's find Zhu Qing first. Night arrived. A cool wind blew, and the sky was full of stars. An island suddenly appeared in everybody's field of vision. It was difficult to see clearly, but the size of the island was not small. Furthermore, the world energy on that island was incredibly rich and pure, extremely suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Yang Kai observed the island, secretly feeling surprised that the cultivating environment in Dragon Island was this good. No wonder none of the dragons I've met before were below the Emperor realm in terms of strength. Putting aside the strength of Fu Qi and Fu Ling's dragon vein, their cultivations put them on par with human emperors. That was not strange since the dragon clan were divine spirits though. Moreover, they occupied such an abundant small world, so it would be stranger if they were weak. Mother, Lu Yuqin's soft voice suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai turned at the sound and frowned at what he saw. He discovered that Lu Sanyang's condition was strange. She was shivering uncontrollably and pursing her lips tightly, her face completely pale and bloodless. Lu Yuqin had called out in concern upon noticing her mother's abnormality and asked softly, "Mother? What's wrong?" It's nothing." Lu Sanyang shook her head. "Mother, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Why is your body so cold?" "It's nothing. It's probably just the wind." She reached out to hug her daughter tightly. Lu Yuqin looked at her mother in confusion but decided to believe her mother despite her doubts. She did not know what was wrong with Lu Sanyang for her to be trembling so hard, and it was only getting more noticeable. Yang Kai had clearly noticed this too. It was obvious that Lu Sanyang's explanation was nothing more than an excuse. Her cultivation was first-order Emperor realm, so how could she shiver this badly just because of some wind? That explanation could only fool an ignorant child like Lu Yuqin. Observing her silently, Yang Kai's eyes flashed for a moment as he looked in the direction of that island not far away. He had a rough guess as to why she had such a reaction. She had been kidnapped by a member of the Dragon Clan, brought to Dragon Island, and confined for 200 to 300 years. It wasn't until a few years ago that she was expelled when Lu Yuqin was born. For that reason, the place where the Dragon Clan member who had captured her lived must be a nightmarish place in her memories. Along the way, they had passed by several islands. However, Lu Sanyang's reaction had not been so strong. In contrast, her mental state changed so much that it was strange when the island in front came into view. The reason for that change couldn't be more obvious. That was where she had been imprisoned for the past 200 or 300 years. More than 10 years had passed. But seeing the land of her nightmares again would inevitably bring back the painful memories from her past. Thus, it was normal to have some reaction. Her emotions were all over the place, so much so that even her flight became unsteady. Her body swayed, scaring Lu Yuqin so much that she turned pale with fright. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi at that moment, wrapping both mother and daughter in it. Only then did their flight path stabilize. "Many thanks." Lu Sanyang nodded gratefully, to which Yang Kai replied, "Li Jiao entrusted the two of you to me. It's only natural that I take care of you, so don't worry too much about it." Lu Sanyang fell silent for some time, but a short while later, she asked, "I haven't asked you for your name, little brother." "Yang Kai," he smiled. Nodding, she asked, "I see, so it is Brother Yang. Are you very close to Big Brother Li?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "We are very close, like brothers. That's why his affairs are my affairs too. You don't need to be so reserved, elder sister Lu." He knew the right things to say at the right time. Her love for Li Jiao was deeply rooted, not having faded even after centuries of forced separation. Therefore, Yang Kai could not embarrass Li Jiao in front of her. He couldn't tell her that Li Jiao had suffered greatly at his hands, right? That would be awful of him. Besides, they were only words. It didn't cost him anything to say them. Upon hearing that, she smiled. Big Brother Li might have some Dragon Clan blood running through his veins, but he is an upright and righteous person. He likes to fight against injustice and is also very kind to others. Those words seemed to remind her of something from the past and brought a soft smile to her face. After distracting her like this, her situation improved greatly and she wasn't shaking as badly as before anymore. Meanwhile, Yang Kai felt speechless. Is someone like Li Jiao even worthy of such appreciation? It seems love truly is blind. She thinks that he is perfect in every way. I bet she even thinks that his farts smell like roses. Seriously, when he came to High Heaven Palace with Ji Ying not that long ago, he was running around causing trouble left and right. Where was the kindness that she spoke of? I was so tempted to slap him to death back then. Needless to say, Yang Kai would never say such things in front of her. He simply followed her lead in the conversation and replied, "You're right, elder sister Lu. Brother Li and I might not have known each other for long, but he has been a true friend, helping me with a number of issues." Saying that Li Jiao had helped him was the truth. Be it searching for Zhu Qing or coming to Dragon Island, Li Jiao had contributed a lot. That was something he could not and would not deny. Lu Sanyong smiled in response. He has always been one to suppress the bullies and help the weak. If he had not acted out of righteousness back then, I would have died a long time ago. I would not be able to live until this day. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that he was simply one of the recipients of Li Jiao's, helping the weak acts in her eyes. It wasn't hard to understand why she thought that way. His cultivation was only in the First-Order Emperor realm, just like hers. On the other hand, Li Jiao was a Third-Order Emperor realm master, so if they ever encountered anything as a group, Li Jiao would be the one they relied on. That was the normal understanding most people would have. Since she had assumed this to be the case, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to explain either. After chatting with her like this, her mood had stabilized significantly and she no longer felt anxious in front of Yang Kai. Their cultivations were similar in terms of realm, so she was able to relax more around him. On the other hand, she felt ashamed, timid, and cautious whenever she stood in front of Li Jiao. She is such a pitiful person. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. While they were conversing, Lu Sanyong suddenly shut her mouth tightly and did not say another word. At the same time, she began trembling uncontrollably again as her gaze shakily looked forward. Yang Kai looked forward as well, feeling a little speechless. That was because Fu Qi was flying directly towards that particular spirit island, marking it as their destination. Isn't this a little too much of a coincidence? There were countless spirit islands spread out across the sea. Moreover, the dragon clan were scattered and lived far apart from each other. Nobody could have predicted that Fu Qi would lead them to the island Lu Sanyong once stayed. Having guessed the reason for her reaction, Yang Kai couldn't let it go just like that. Hence, he secretly sent a transmission to her. Elder Sister Lu, follow me closely when we get on the island. Do not separate from me. He did not know whether she heard what he said, but in any case, she showed no reaction whatsoever. The closer they got to the island, the worse her complexion became. Finally, the group of people following Fu Qi landed on the island. Yang Kai's previous observation had been accurate. Fu Qi's destination was indeed this island. A member of the dragon clan probably lived here as there were many palaces on the other side of the island. Although it was late into the night, the lights were flickering in the palaces. Nobody knew what the people were doing inside those homes. When they arrived, Fu Qi beckoned with his hand and Yuan Wu immediately ran over eagerly, nodding and bowing respectfully. Then, Fu Qi coldly issued some instructions in a low voice, took out a space ring, and tossed it to Yuan Wu. Contrarily, Yuan Wu's expression became as bitter as a bitter gourd. He obviously looked troubled. However, Fu Qi couldn't care less and flew into the sky, transformed into a green dragon that was some 80 meters long, plunged headfirst into the sea, and disappeared. Senior Fu Qi! Senior Fu Qi! Yuan Wu shouted. If you don't finish it within a month, you will all die. A dragon roar rang out from the depths of the sea, causing everybody's expression to change. Nobody knew why they had been brought here or what they had to do. So how could they remain calm after hearing such a threat? 1 month? What does he mean by 1 month? What do we have to do within a month? Nobody knew and all were silent for some time. A short while later, the crowd began chattering among themselves. Now that Fu Qi was gone, all that were left were residents of Half-Dragon City. There was nothing to worry about now, so several of the more powerful Emperor Realm Masters gathered around Yuan Wu. Brother Yuan, why did the Dragon Clan gather us here? What do they want? That's right. What do they want us to do? What did he mean by a month? Brother Yuan, do you know something? If you do, please hurry up and give us an explanation. Brother Yuan, you can't keep it a secret from us. We are all in the same boat. We need to work together to get over this. Good. If we can't complete the task the Dragon Clan gave us, the consequences will be disastrous. That group of people clamored endlessly and Yuan Wu's head was about to burst from it all. There was no helping it. It was a matter of life and death after all. Who would dare to take things lightly? Since Fu Qi mentioned a month, then it was a month. If they failed to fulfill his request within that time, forget the 500 people standing here, he might even kill 5,000 people in his wrath. The Dragon Clan had always meant what they said, especially when it came to threats. Yuan Wu's face was extremely distorted, while at the same time he deeply regretted his actions. If I had known this would happen, it would have been better to follow Fu Ling to water the dragon blood flowers. Just great. I'm stuck with something troublesome now. Something worse than merely bleeding for those damned flowers. What a blunder. Why is my life so difficult? The people surrounding Yuan Wu continued to clamor noisily. He endured it for a while until he couldn't stand it anymore and roared. Shut up, all of you. Everybody immediately fell silent at those words as they turned to look at him. He swept a cold gaze over the crowd before speaking through gritted teeth. I've gotten the gist of it, but I'm not too sure about the finer details either. Let me explain once I've figured it out. After saying that, he took out the space ring Fu Qi had given to him and carefully studied its contents. Meanwhile, everybody watched him carefully to observe his reactions. They saw his expression turning into one of surprise, followed by one of glee. Then his expression darkened again. After several more changes of expression, his face regained that bitter expression from before. He waved his large hand and took out something that looked like an animal skin from the space ring to look at it carefully. The moment he laid eyes on it, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. The Emperor Realm Masters surrounding him couldn't curb their curiosity anymore and leaned in for a closer look, and their expressions changed after looking at what was written on the animal skin. What is this? It looks like a palace. It sure is large. Huh? Even the construction materials have specific requirements. What does this mean? Were we brought here to build a palace? No way. Why would the Dragon Clan need to build a palace? I've never heard of the Dragon Clan having such needs before. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. If this palace is built, there won't be another one like it across the entire star boundary. Green, gold, purple, copper, ice, spirit, snow, jade, heavenly, crystal, meteor, sand. Hey, these are all materials for refining Emperor rank artifacts. Are we really building a palace with these? Isn't it too lavish? After seeing what was written on the animal skin, the group of Emperor Realm Masters immediately became a little uneasy and their expressions changed as a result. Those gathered around the periphery couldn't see the drawings on the paper, but their eyes also widened in surprise when they heard what was being said. They looked like they were in disbelief, their faces twitching slightly from the shock. Green, gold, purple, copper? Ice, spirit, snow, jade? Heavenly, crystal, meteor, sand? One after another, those highly impactful terms sounded in their ears like thunderbolts, rendering them stupid from the shock. Although they had always lived on Dragon Island and never communicated with the outside world before, that did not mean that they were ignorant of the ways of the world. The alchemists and artifact refiners in Half-Dragon City had everything they needed. Besides, there was no shortage of cultivation materials on Dragon Island, so as long as they did not infringe on the benefits or boundaries of Dragon Palace, they were allowed to move about freely in this small world. Therefore, they all knew what these materials meant. All of these were extremely rare artifact refining materials, and any one of them was incredibly expensive. Moreover, they were extremely hard to find. If an Emperor Realm Master could get their hands on these materials, they could use them to greatly improve the Emperor artifacts that they owned. However, the voices in their ears seemed to be saying that these materials that were so rare to the point where they were almost non-existent were actually going to be used to build a palace. How could that be? Their hearts were filled with doubt and they did not dare to believe what they were hearing. In an instant, everybody's gaze turned to Yuan Wu, hoping he would give them an answer. Even Yang Kai was surprised. If that really is true, then this is certainly far too lavish. Even those great emperor sects could not afford to make such a large and luxurious expenditure. Can Dragon Island really do this? In the meantime, Yuan Wu had been observing the animal skin drawing. He finally put it away after studying it for some time, then swept his gaze over the crowd, his insidious eyes landing on Yang Kai for a moment before he loudly announced, "The Dragon Clan has given us a very difficult mission." As soon as the words rang out, the crowd exploded in noisy chatter. No way! Are we really going to build a palace? With those materials, no less? Building a palace isn't a big deal. We have so many people after all. No matter how large the palace is, we should be able to finish constructing it in a month. The problem is, those materials? Yeah, where are we going to find those materials? How are we going to build the palace if we don't have the materials? Is the Dragon Clan trying to kill us? Shoo! Watch what you say. This is Dragon Palace. The walls have ears. Be careful. The crowd began talking among themselves. Yuan Wu's expression was as ugly as it could be as he waited for some time before he continued speaking. You're right. The Dragon Clan wants us to build a palace. Moreover, it's a very magnificent and grand palace. From what I saw just now, this palace will span across an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters upon completion. A round of gasps rang out through the crowd. Hundreds of thousands of square meters? How big was this island? If it spans across an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, then it will occupy almost a tenth of the entire landmass. They originally thought that they had enough manpower on their side, but they were stunned by how large the palace was going to be. Could that still be called a palace? It was more like an entire city. Yuan Wu pointed to the center of the island and said loudly, "The palace will be located there. The Dragon Clan has essentially planned everything for us, so we only need to follow their instructions." Seeing that the crowd was showing signs of breaking out in a commotion again, Yuan Wu lifted a hand to suppress them and continued, "I know what you are worrying about. It's about the materials needed for construction. Regarding the materials, Dragon Palace has prepared them in advance." He lifted the space ring in his hand into the air. "It's all inside the space ring." When those words sounded, everybody seemed taken aback for a moment before they all let out a breath of relief in unison. Oh, the Dragon Clan prepared them in advance. That sure scared me. Yeah, that's right. If we had to find those materials ourselves, we might as well just commit suicide. That's more like it. Still, I've heard that the Dragon Clan is astonishingly wealthy, but now I finally know that the rumors weren't exaggerated. Yeah, I can't believe they are building a palace with all those materials. It's so exaggerated and wasteful. If only they could give me some. Stop dreaming. Who would dare to steal any of the materials from that space ring? If anybody really did do that, they wouldn't even know how they died. That's true. I was just saying, you know? Just as the crowd began to relax, Yuan Wu smiled coldly. I'm not trying to spoil your mood, but the materials within this space ring are not enough. It lacks a large part of what we need. We will need to obtain the rest ourselves. What? They were shocked by those words. With just a few words, their emotions fluctuated again and again. They could not believe what they were hearing. The materials in the space ring are not enough. We need to obtain them ourselves. Where are we going to find such precious materials? These materials can only be found by chance and won't appear just because we are looking for them. Yuan Wu comforted them again. Don't worry. There are a few spirit islands in Dragon Palace that produce these materials. We only need to obtain them and bring them back. Their tense nerves relaxed again. That was good if that was the case. They were scared that the Dragon Clan wanted them to search for the materials themselves. These materials were extremely rare. Where would they even begin to search for them? Upon hearing that the nearby spirit islands produced these materials, they did not worry as much anymore. However, they couldn't help criticizing Yuan Wu slightly in their hearts. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose, saying one thing but leaving out half the details. Why did he have to scare us like that? Yuan Wu, may I know why the Dragon Clan wants us to build a palace like that? Somebody asked suddenly. That question represented the doubts in everybody's hearts. They had coexisted with the Dragon Clan in this small world for countless years, but there had never been a precedent for something like this. Although the Dragon Clan occasionally visited Half-Dragon City in the past, most of those occasions were to gather Dragonborn to cultivate the dragon blood flowers. Therefore, the sudden request to come and build a palace left them feeling strange. Since when had the Dragon Clan paid attention to such things, and with such an exorbitant price too? Judging from the scale of this palace and the materials needed for its construction, it was not meant for an ordinary member of the Dragon Clan to live in. It might turn out to be the palace of an elder within the Dragon Clan. That conjecture inevitably made them feel uneasy, as they knew that if they did not do this well, all 500 of them would die. "I want to know that too," Yuan Wu replied unhappily. He was extremely upset today. First, he was beaten up and humiliated. Then, he took on such a dreadful task. The rage burning in him was reaching its boiling point, and right now, he just wanted to find an outlet to vent out all his frustrations. The person who asked the question was a human in the Third Order Emperor realm, but after being snarled at by Yuan Wu, he merely laughed apologetically and said nothing more. Couldn't be helped. Inside this small world, he did not dare to make Yuan Wu an enemy even if his cultivation was higher than his. It wasn't just the humans or the monster race. Even the Dragonborn had to tread carefully around Yuan Wu. There was no benefit to provoking this man, especially now that he was having a headache over the fuss about the Dragon Clan's orders. Yuan Wu scanned his surroundings with an insidious gaze before taking a deep breath and saying, "The situation is very grave. I won't say more. I'm sure you all understand it too. If we want to finish building a palace of this scale within a month, we will need to give it our all, maybe even put our lives on the line." Those words did not contain a single lie. If it was just a palace covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, then it wasn't too troublesome a task for the 500 people present in this place. After all, the emperors among them numbered over 100, so how hard could building a palace be? The main issue was that the Dragon Clan had specified the materials to be used. Those were extremely precious emperor-grade materials, each of which was incredibly tough to handle. It would take a lot of manpower and resources to obtain them and then refine them into the necessary shapes and sizes. Just take the green, gold, purple copper, for example. It would take a long time just to melt a palm-sized piece of the green, gold, purple copper. Hence, everybody could understand how arduous this task was. All of them were silent and looked grim, thinking about their prospects. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was the only one looking carefree. He studied their surroundings without paying much attention to the matter at hand. He came to Dragon Island to look for Zhu Qing, not to work as a slave. As long as he could find a chance to meet with Zhu Qing, he couldn't care less about other matters. A gaze suddenly landed on Yang Kai, and he turned to look in that direction to see the monkey-like man from before smiling at him. When their eyes met, that person nodded at him lightly. Yang Kai's impression of this man was quite good, as he had taken the initiative to smooth things over between him and Yuan Wu when the situation between them was getting heated. That indicated that he was a brave and just man. Therefore, Yang Kai had to return this favor regardless of whether he had needed the help or not. Seeing that that man was nodding at him in greeting, he smiled back at the man. It was a gesture of goodwill. On the other side, Yuan Wu accidentally discovered this little action of Yang Kai's, and it immediately caused a wave of rage to rise in him. "I'm drowning in gloom, worrying about what's going to happen during this 1-month period. And yet this brat is so damn calm, relaxed, and at ease. Why? Just why?" Combined with the friction between Yuan Wu and Yang Kai previously, the feelings of hatred surged up in the former, and his expression darkened as he pointed at Yang Kai. "You there! Go and obtain more Ice Spirit Snow Jade. You need to obtain 500 kilograms of the Ice Spirit Snow Jade every single day. If you fail to do so, you will suffer the consequences." Shwa shwa shwa. Everybody suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai with eyes full of sympathy. The small disagreement between Yang Kai and Yuan Wu had mostly gone unnoticed. All they knew was that this young man was acquainted with the Dragonborn that had beaten Yuan Wu up. Thus, he was most likely being targeted by Yuan Wu due to his association with Li Jiao. He was being unfairly victimized. If he had been sent on any other errand, it would not have mattered as much. Even though it would still be unfair, it wouldn't be life-threatening. However, mining Ice Spirit Snow Jade was an extremely dangerous task. Ice Spirit Snow Jade was formed in extremely cold areas, and even an Emperor Realm Master would suffer if they stayed in such a place for too long. In the worst-case scenario, they may even freeze to death. Additionally, Ice Spirit Snow Jade was extremely tough, so mining 500 kilograms daily was an impossible task. Yuan Wu was clearly up to no good and everybody understood that. Besides, he didn't even try to hide it as he snickered and sneered to himself. Cocky, weren't you? Arrogant, weren't you? How dare you look down on me? How dare you oppose me? Good. These are the consequences of your actions. He was still pining over Lu Sanyang and her daughter as he believed that as long as he got Yang Kai out of the way, he could do whatever he wanted with them. If he thought about it that way, then the job he took on today wasn't that bad after all. At the very least, he could order these 500 people here around as he pleased. His mood immediately lifted and his ego inflated. For the next whole month starting from today onward, I am king here. Everybody has to obey me. As for whether or not Yang Kai could manage to mine 500 kilograms of Ice Spirit Snow Jade, that wasn't for Yuan Wu to worry about. It would be great if Yang Kai succeeded, but if he failed, then he would have a great excuse to teach Yang Kai a lesson. I will let him know the consequences of defying me. He believed that it was impossible for Yang Kai to complete that task. Hence, he was already secretly plotting ways to torture and humiliate Yang Kai to soothe the hatred in his heart. Everybody else could see what Yuan Wu was planning and couldn't help feeling their heart pounding in trepidation as their expressions changed. They had been overwhelmed by the Dragon Clan's massive splurging of wealth and the difficulty of building the palace. Nevertheless, hearing the task Yuan Wu handed out to Yang Kai finally made them aware of something else. Mining Ice Spirit Snow Jade was no easy feat and nobody would be willing to do it since the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Now that Yuan Wu was in charge, they had to foster a good relationship with Yuan Wu in order to escape from being tasked with such a dangerous duty. After all, it would take more than one person to mine the Ice Spirit Snow Jade. At least 20 or 30 people would be needed for this task. As that thought crossed their minds, somebody immediately piped up, "Brother Yuan, my cultivation technique is perfect for mining green, gold, purple, copper. You should leave that to me." Although both were mining tasks, the dangers and difficulty between mining green, gold, purple, copper and mining Ice Spirit Snow Jade were on completely different levels. Naturally, that person was rushing to take the easier job. That's right. I believe I'm more suited to mining green, gold, purple, copper too. Heh. I think I'm more suited to mining the heavenly crystal meteor sand. Brother Yuan, what do you think? More than 10 Emperor Realm Masters surrounded Yuan Wu, taking the initiative to volunteer for the mining duties. Their voices rang out, and it was extremely lively. A smug look surfaced on Yuan Wu's face as he felt that he was becoming more and more prescient for taking on such a pleasant task. The resentment from before had vanished without a trace. Although he was used to being arrogant and doing whatever he wanted in Half-Dragon City, he had never experienced the feeling of holding such authority in his hands before. Now that he finally satisfied that craving, he suddenly felt as though taking on this task was pretty worthwhile. Even so, he ignored the requests of those people. Those in power must have an air of authority around them. If I readily agree to anything they suggested to me, then how will I display my wit and brilliance? They are free to offer suggestions, but the final decision will lie in my hands. I will be the one to decide who mines the Ice Spirit Snow Jade, who mines the green, gold, purple, copper, and who mines the heavenly crystal meteor sand. Therefore, he simply looked at Yang Kai coldly and lifted the corners of his mouth slightly as he scoffed. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai gave a sidelong glance at Yuan Wu before retracting his gaze and looking out into the vast sea, wondering which direction Zhu Qing was in. He had seen several spirit islands on the way here, and Lu Sanyang had mentioned that each Dragon Clan member lived separately. Zhu Qing surely had her own spirit island, but unfortunately, he didn't know which island that was. That was the first thing he needed to figure out. Impudence! Yuan Wu was furious when he saw that Yang Kai was completely ignoring him. It was bad enough that Dragonborn was so rude to him, but at the very least his cultivation was stronger and his dragon vein was superior. But what thing was Yang Kai? How dare a mere first-order Emperor Realm human give him such an attitude? He needed to learn his place. He was enjoying the exhilaration of his newfound authority. So how could he allow Yang Kai to ruin his prestige? Letting out a roar, he raised his hand and slammed a palm in Yang Kai's direction. A gigantic green palm print immediately appeared in the sky and smashed down. Yuan Wu had not used his full strength in his attack. He did not want to kill Yang Kai after all. With the arduous task at hand, one less person would mean one less worker. The 1-month deadline was already stressing him greatly. More importantly, he did not want Yang Kai to die so easily. He had transferred the hatred of being humiliated by Li Jiao to Yang Kai, so how could he let Yang Kai off easily before cruelly torturing and humiliating him? He could never win against Li Jiao as neither his cultivation nor his dragon vein was a match. Thus, he could only go for his next best option. Didn't you have a good relationship with that dragonborn? Didn't you want to protect that mother-daughter pair? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. For that reason, Yuan Wu only used half his strength in that attack. Still, that was enough. He was a dragonborn and a second-order emperor, while Yang Kai was only a human first-order emperor. Half of Yuan Wu's full strength was more than what the other party could take. This attack of his would surely cause Yang Kai to suffer from some broken bones, at the very least. Watch out! Lu Senyang shouted as her beautiful face went pale. Ever since she came to this island, her mental state had been rather out of sorts. She had been extremely nervous and her complexion was as white as a sheet. She had not even noticed the conflict between Yang Kai and Yuan Wu until Yuan Wu made his move, prompting her to suddenly call out to Yang Kai. While speaking, she moved her body and circulated her emperor qi. She was clearly trying to take the attack on Yang Kai's behalf. She might be no match for Yuan Wu alone, but if she worked together with Yang Kai, they might be able to deal with him. Therefore, she needed to intercept this attack. In the worst case, she just had to apologize to Yuan Wu and beg for him to overlook the matter. Her thinking was naive and simple, but contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai swiftly grabbed onto her shoulder. She didn't even feel him using any strength at all, but her emperor qi was instantly suppressed. She couldn't even move a muscle, causing her eyes to widen in shock. She could not comprehend what had just happened. The masters surrounding them slowly shook their heads, thinking to themselves that Yang Kai was in deep trouble now. This guy is pretty unlucky. It's all because he is friends with that dragonborn that Yuan Wu is displeased with him. It's a pity, but he will not have an easy time here because of that. They were unrelated to Yang Kai and had never even met him before. Hence, nobody stepped up to help him even though some people pitied him. They could tell that Yuan Wu was the person they needed to ingratiate themselves with at the moment, so there was no way they would be willing to offend him for a complete stranger. Almost everybody expected to see Yang Kai in a miserable state. Thus, they vowed to themselves to never offend Yuan Wu. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive 1 month later. As sparks flew and tension soared, that gigantic green palm print came smashing down on Yang Kai's head. However, Yang Kai didn't make any move at all. In fact, even the expression on his face did not change. It was as though he was so terrified that he had frozen in place. It wasn't until the palm print was about to touch him that he gently lifted his hand. Emperor Qi concentrated on the palm of his hand and a mysterious principal strength surged. Raising his hand slightly, he pressed it against the gigantic green palm print. The sound of something cracking rang out as the gigantic green palm print suddenly split apart and disappeared in a shower of light. Yuan Wu was stunned. Lu Senyang was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Nobody knew how Yang Kai had caused that attack to disintegrate, as it looked like he had merely lifted his hand gently, and Yuan Wu's unavoidable attack fell apart. Did that really just happen? Is this a joke? Did Yuan Wu underestimate his opponent too much? That was what most people thought. After all, Yuan Wu's strength was clear to see. Furthermore, Yang Kai was one minor realm below him, so even if the former didn't use his full strength, it still wouldn't be something Yang Kai could withstand. Thus, the only explanation was that Yuan Wu underestimated his enemy too much, causing his attack to be defeated. However, there was a small portion of the people who narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at Yang Kai in amazement as an inconceivable notion flashed across their minds. They had not paid much attention to Yang Kai before now because there was nothing special about him. Things were different now, though. That gentle movement he made just now was enough to make several masters turn their attention on him. This young man was no soft persimmon. The reason this young man was able to disperse Yuan Wu's attack wasn't just that Yuan Wu had underestimated his enemy. On the other side, Yuan Wu was dumbfounded and his expression cramped up. He originally wanted to solidify his position with a demonstration of authority, but how could he have known that his attack would fail to establish his superiority here? Moreover, it even made him feel as if he had slapped himself in the face. Thus, he shouted furiously, "You court death!" The flames of his rage burned in Yuan Wu's heart as the dragon scales under his neck darkened in color. A faint wave of dragon pressure swept out and the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master reached its peak. Yang Kai's resistance had undoubtedly enraged Yuan Wu. At first, all Yuan Wu wanted was to teach Yang Kai a lesson and make him realize his place so that he would become obedient in the future. But now, he planned to use his full strength to teach Yang Kai an unforgettable lesson. "I'll just beat him half to death for now," Yuan Wu secretly decided in his heart. But before he could make his move, his vision blurred and a figure stood before him without warning. It made Yuan Wu jump in fright, and when he refocused his gaze, he was startled to discover that Yang Kai, who had been standing some distance away from him, had appeared right in front of him somehow, no more than 3 steps away. What just happened? Yuan Wu completely failed to see how Yang Kai had approached him. It had happened too quickly. Those masters who had been watching Yang Kai also looked shocked and their pupils contracted in astonishment. That was because they had been observing him ever since he made that gentle palm movement just now. Therefore, they had a clearer idea of what had happened compared to the others. Even so, they failed to fully grasp his movements. It was as if they were watching an afterimage and had actually been standing in that new position the whole time. Meanwhile, Yuan Wu finally came back to his senses, and a look of hostility appeared on his face. Raising his fists, he punched at Yang Kai's head. It was almost an instinctive reaction. However, he suddenly screamed when his fist was halfway moving through the air, and his expression distorted so badly that it was barely recognizable anymore. At that moment, he discovered that the left eye of the young man standing in front of him had transformed into a golden slit. It held no emotion whatsoever but was filled with sovereign power and majesty, like an impassionate deity was looking down from the heavens at him. When their gazes met, Yuan Wu's mind blanked out for a moment as he vaguely felt as though he saw a budding lotus flower flashing by and rushing into his knowledge sea. Then, a severe pain spread from his soul to his entire body, causing him to scream and tremble violently. As for his punch, it lost all its momentum and missed its target harmlessly. Yuan Wu was still a master in the end though, so after being ambushed in this manner, he knew he had fallen for Yang Kai's trap. The young man in front of him did not have high cultivation. However, his spiritual energy was frighteningly powerful. That attack from the secret technique that seemed to come from the soul felt like it was tearing his knowledge sea apart. Biting the tip of his tongue, Yuan Wu used that spike of pain to wake himself for a moment and clenched his fists to condense 2 lightning bolts which he then shot towards Yang Kai. The 2 of them were standing very close together and Yuan Wu did not hold back at all. So the power behind his attack was monstrous and the dazzling lightning of his attacks practically illuminated the entire sky. However, in the next instant, something unbelievable occurred. The lightning passed through Yang Kai's body without causing any harm to him whatsoever. Instead, it went straight through his back and hit nothing but air. "Ha!" Yuan Wu gasped, barely able to believe what he was seeing. How did he avoid an attack like that at such close distance? No, that's not right, he didn't avoid it, it was more like my attack had no effect on him at all. But how is that possible? The lightning obviously hit him. I saw it clearly. Yuan Wu wasn't the only one who did not understand what had happened. No one else in the crowd understood either. All of them were dumbstruck as a result. While everybody was stupefied, Yang Kai suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed Yuan Wu by the neck. His movements were not fast, almost looking slow and casual to outsiders. Something Yuan Wu should have avoided with ease but did not for some reason. Thus, he was caught just like that. Meanwhile, Yuan Wu's eyes felt like they were going to explode. All he could feel was a mighty force around his neck that threatened to snap it. That wasn't all. The dragon pressure that he was exuding was suppressed in an instant. Felt like he had met his nemesis. The most obvious change was that the color of the dragon scales on his neck became dimmer again. Bloodline suppression? Yuan Wu's heart thumped in horror. He had a similar experience when he had been pummeled by Li Jiao during the day. Under the bloodline suppression from him, he could only exert 80% of his strength, which was why he couldn't lift a single finger against Li Jiao and was badly beaten as a result. Otherwise, he, who was a second-order emperor, could have at least put up some resistance against Li Jiao even if he couldn't win in the end. But what was with this human boy? Yuan Wu did not sense any dragon aura coming from this young man, so he clearly wasn't a dragonborn. But if that was the case, how was he able to use the bloodline suppression on him? What scared Yuan Wu even more was that the bloodline suppression he was facing right now was far more terrifying than the one he experienced earlier. That dragonborn during the day only had a third-order mid-rank dragon vein. Therefore, the suppression wasn't that strong even though Yuan Wu was somewhat affected by it. At the very least, he could still exert 80% of his strength. Yet now, he was being held by the neck by this young man and his strength had been suppressed by more than 50%. Moreover, the flow of his emperor qi seemed to be frozen, making it impossible for him to exert any of his strength at all. It felt as though he was terminally ill and his entire body went limp, but that was insane. The large hand around his neck felt like a metal shackle restraining him in place, making it difficult to even breathe properly, turning his face a bright shade of red. The cultivators surrounding them widened their eyes in shock. What did this mean? They couldn't comprehend the situation in front of them. Wasn't Yuan Wu a second-order emperor? Wasn't he a dragonborn? How did he get caught by a human boy in the first-order emperor realm so easily? What was going on? This didn't make sense even if Yuan Wu had severely underestimated his enemy. Besides, the shocked expression on Yuan Wu's face clearly indicated that it wasn't a simple case of underestimating his enemy. Rather, it looked as if he had met an opponent he couldn't hope to match. Was this young man really so powerful? Many people were utterly confused. Meanwhile, the most powerful masters among the crowd exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Lu Sanyang did not know what was going on. All she understood was that Yang Kai had dared to raise his hand against Yuan Wu. Moreover, he was crushing Yuan Wu's neck. Seeing this, she paled and cried out, "Stop, Brother Yang! Hurry up and let him go!" She wasn't pleading on Yuan Wu's behalf. She simply felt that Yang Kai was being far too reckless. Yuan Wu currently held the highest authority here, so what good would it do to offend him? Mining the ice spirit snow jade was certainly a dangerous job, but as long as they were careful, they wouldn't die. But now what? Now that Yang Kai had completely offended Yuan Wu, how were they going to survive this 1 month? It wasn't that she was incapable of discerning the truth. It was just that Yang Kai had his back to her and he just so happened to be blocking Yuan Wu from her sight, so she couldn't see how the situation had developed. Many people looked at her with strange expressions after she spoke, causing Lu Sanyang to become taken aback, not knowing the meaning behind their looks. "Choose. Do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai asked calmly while staring at Yuan Wu. Although Yuan Wu was incredibly shocked by Yang Kai's strength, he did not want to lose what prestige he had. Besides, he was the person Fu Qi personally selected to be in charge of building the palace and believed that Yang Kai couldn't kill him. Besides, he was already feeling humiliated, and the moment he heard Yang Kai asking him that question, he immediately countered coldly, "Hurry up and put me down. Otherwise, you'll die so miserably you won't even have a corpse to bury." In response, Yang Kai snickered and looked at Yuan Wu and said, "It looks like you choose death. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Saying so, Yang Kai's expression froze over and the strength in his grip increased abruptly as his murderous intent billowed out like waves. A soft cracking sound rang out and Yuan Wu felt as if the bones in his neck were breaking, frightening him greatly. He had not expected that Yang Kai would dare to kill him. It looks like this guy isn't just bluffing. He's really going to kill me. Where did this madman pop out from? How dare he act so presumptuously in Dragon Island? It's ridiculous. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon Clan will come after him? However, regardless of whether or not the Dragon Clan will come after him, I will certainly die a miserable death if I don't compromise right now. Feeling his life really at stake, Yuan Wu no longer hesitated and breathlessly called out, Have a mercy? He's begging for mercy? Several hundred people around them froze in shock. It was unthinkable for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to be held by the neck by a first-order Emperor Realm Master and be incapable of putting up any resistance whatsoever. What's more, it was a dragonborn against a human. Therefore, they couldn't accept the fact that Yuan Wu was now begging for his life. After all, a dragonborn status in Half-Dragon City was not something a human or monster race could compare to. Regardless of their cultivation, Dragonborn held much higher status than the other races. It was the first time any of them had ever seen a Dragonborn bowing their heads to a human. Moreover, it was a Dragonborn in the second-order Emperor realm with a second-order high-rank dragon vein. If they had not witnessed it for themselves, they would have thought they were hallucinating or having some strange dream. Aside from Yuan Wu, who was a Dragonborn, all the other 500 people present here were humans, monsters, or half-monsters. When they saw this scene, they were utterly stunned. At the same time, they felt the resentment building up in their hearts for so many years ease up slightly at the sight before them. None of them wished to offend a Dragonborn in their daily lives, and some had even bowed their heads and ingratiated themselves with Yuan Wu before. However, that did not mean that they held any goodwill towards this bastard. It was undeniable that some of the Dragonborn were reasonable and upright individuals. Unfortunately, most of the Dragonborn in Half-Dragon City thought of themselves as superior beings and treated non-Dragonborn with disdain. Yuan Wu was a prime example. Hence, seeing Yuan Wu bowing his head and begging for mercy gave them a sense of satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better if you did that from the beginning? Yang Kai lifted his hand and patted Yuan Wu on the cheek lightly. That slight slapping sound shamed Yuan Wu so much that he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He was a prideful man, and Yang Kai's actions were tantamount to slapping his face in public. Despite his raging fury, though, he showed none of it on the surface. Don't mess with me again. There won't be a second chance. Yang Kai roughly flung out his hand and tossed Yuan Wu away. Yuan Wu fell to the ground in a miserable heap, his hand clutching at his throat as he coughed violently, sounding extremely miserable, almost as if he was about to cough up his lungs. The surroundings were completely silent as everybody stared stupefied at Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang included. At this point, how could she still be clueless about what happened? This little brother named Yang Kai actually humiliated Yuan Wu? Moreover, he suppressed Yuan Wu through brute force? It wouldn't have surprised her if her big brother Li had accomplished such a feat. After all, he had the appropriate strength and cultivation to do so. But what was with this brother Yang? Where did her big brother Li get to know this monster? Wasn't his strength and ability too unbelievable? Under everybody's gaze, Yang Kai walked to the side and stood in front of the sea, staring out into the distance with his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't think much of the conflict he had with Yuan Wu, as all he cared about right now was how he was going to confirm Zhu Qing's current status and whereabouts. However, the disturbance he had caused made the entire atmosphere become rather awkward as a result. Originally, Yuan Wu had arrogantly dictated everybody's actions. He held full authority in his hands. Thus, everybody had to act according to his wishes and act cautiously around him. However, he had been publicly humiliated by Yang Kai, so how was he supposed to hold his head up high and lead the others now? His heart was full of anger, but his strength could not compare to the other party. Therefore, he could only choke down his rage while trying to ignore the bitter taste in his mouth. Senior Yuan, are you okay? At that moment, someone came scurrying over to Yuan Wu. Everybody looked and immediately saw a monkey-like man walking over to Yuan Wu and cautiously helping him up. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the voice and, turning around to look, he discovered that it was the middle-aged man that had helped to smooth things over for him earlier, acting again at this moment. Yuan Wu's complexion was greenish. After being helped up by the middle-aged man, he coughed violently and finally said, "I'm fine." He glared at Yang Kai hatefully but quickly shifted his gaze away when their eyes met. After experiencing what he went through just now, he no longer dared to challenge Yang Kai. Thus, he could only bury the resentment in his heart and hope that he would have a chance at revenge in the future. Only then did the monkey-faced man breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled flatteringly and said, "Good, good. It's good that you're okay. We still need your leadership for the upcoming construction of the palace. What would we do if anything were to happen to you? We would lose the very backbone of the group." His flattery was so strong and obvious that many people glanced sideways at him, thinking to themselves that he could not be more shameless. Still, it made Yuan Wu's expression turn for the better as he felt as though he managed to recover some of his pride. The middle-aged man spoke again. "Sir, if there's really no other choice, you can leave the mining of the ice spirit snow jade to me. What do you think?" "Ha!" Yuan Wu was stunned. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man, properly looking at the man for the first time. The others were shocked too, and their expressions were weird. Everybody knew how dangerous mining the ice spirit snow jade was. That was why nobody had been willing to take on that task. They had actively volunteered themselves for all the other tasks because they were afraid Yuan Wu might assign that task to them. The middle-aged man was in the second-order emperor realm, so they were sure he knew about the dangers too. What is he doing? It's clearly a dangerous task. Why would he volunteer for it? Is he sick in the head? Even if it's flattery, he shouldn't joke about a matter involving life and death. For a moment, they looked at the middle-aged man as if looking at a fool. However, the middle-aged man seemed oblivious to those looks and just smiled slightly. "Of course, I'm only just saying. You will be the one to make the final decision, sir." As soon as Yuan Wu heard those words, his favorability towards this middle-aged man increased considerably. His ego had been bruised by Xianxia. The first task he assigned had been brushed off and he had been severely humiliated in the process. That had been a huge blow to his prestige, which was likely to affect his standing in the hearts of these 500 people. In light of that, how could Yuan Wu not be grateful towards somebody who stood up in support of him at such a crucial moment? Moreover, this man had a smooth way with words and always spoke flatteringly and respectfully towards Yuan Wu. Looking at the middle-aged man deeply, Yuan Wu asked, "What is your name?" He did not recognize this man, nor did he have the faintest recollection of a person like this in Half-Dragon City. Thus, he couldn't help finding it strange. After all, such a strange appearance would definitely leave a deep impression on people. The middle-aged man grinned meaningfully and replied, "My name is Wu Chan." "Good. You are very good." Yuan Wu reached out and patted Wu Chan on the shoulder. It was easy to gild the lily, but it was not easy to extend a helping hand in times of need. Wu Chan had undoubtedly helped him out during a difficult time. Therefore, even if the two of them had never met before and were not familiar with each other, Wu Chen's position in Yuan Wu's mind was much higher than anybody else's from this moment on. Nodding, Yuan Wu continued, "Then, I will leave the mining of the ice spirit snow jade to you. Will 30 subordinates be enough?" Wu Chun was startled, looking surprised for a moment before he grinned with joy. "Many thanks, sir." When everybody else heard those words, they glanced at Wu Chun enviously and secretly regretted their inaction. "If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have stood by and watched the show. We would have rushed forward to show some concern for Yuan Wu too." Wu Chun had become highly valued by Yuan Wu with just a few words. He could be considered a leader among the 500 people present in this place. Moreover, he had been assigned to be in charge of mining the ice spirit snow jade. It was a stroke of good fortune that just fell into his lap. Yuan Wu narrowed his eyes and said, "You will be in charge of this matter. You can choose the people you need yourself. Once you're done choosing, just let me know." Then, he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd and calmly continued, "If anybody dares to make excuses, tell me. I will deal with them myself." "Yes, of course. Many thanks for your graciousness, sir." Wu Chen's expression was practically glowing. It was obvious that he was incredibly elated. He could conduct himself freely with Yuan Wu supporting him. After all, not everybody had the courage and strength like Xianxia to dare to challenge Yuan Wu. Even the few third-order Emperor Realm Masters present did not have the courage to do so. With Wu Chan as the precedent, the other Emperor Realm Masters no longer sat around doing nothing. They hurriedly gathered around Yuan Wu, spewing an endless string of flattery with big smiles. They could tell that building the palace was too cumbersome and huge a task, and Yuanwu couldn't do everything by himself. If he wanted to build a palace within a month, he inevitably had to pick some leaders to work under him to take charge of other matters. Therefore, now was a good time to perform well. In the blink of an eye, Yuanwu once again tasted the glory of being revered as a leader. Like the sun, the planets revolved around. The previous humiliation and resentment he felt were swept away in an instant. He glanced in Yang Kai's direction coldly, hesitating whether he should instruct these people to get rid of Yang Kai. However, that thought had only flashed through his mind once before he shot it down immediately. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yang Kai, it was just that mentioning it at this time might indicate that he was too eager for success. I'll let you have your moment of glory for now. I have a whole month's time anyway. I'll kill you the moment I get the chance. Yuanwu laughed coldly in his heart. Afterwards, he no longer thought about Yang Kai as he started assigning tasks to the rest. During the previous investigation, he had gained a little understanding of what needed to be done in the next month. For now, the plan was to send people out to obtain the materials needed to build the palace. That was an urgent matter, as it would be too late by the time the materials they had on hand were completely used up. He consecutively selected more than 200 people and divided them into 8 teams. These 8 teams were to go and obtain the various materials they needed for the construction. However, Yuanwu was very careful with his selection. Aside from Wu Chun, he did not appoint another person to be in charge directly. He was grateful to Wu Chun for helping him save face, so he wanted to repay the favor in kind. On the other hand, the others had done nothing just now. You want me to value you? Good. Show me your attitude first. Although each material was produced by the islands of Dragon Palace, they were scattered across different spirit islands. Yuanwu explained the tasks and pointed out the direction of the respective spirit islands. Then, more than 200 helpers reluctantly took flight under the cover of the night. Time was running out, so there was not a moment to delay or rest. Therefore, there was no room for dissension, even though they held some resentment in their hearts. With that, the number of people remaining was halved all of a sudden. After that, Yuanwu began to assign different tasks to the remaining people. The Dragon Clan might have planned out the site, but that was only a rough mapping of the area. The rest of the details had been left to these 500 people to figure out. Building a palace was not a simple matter. It involved many different aspects. Fortunately, the remaining 300 people were not completely useless. Many of them had some experience in this, so Yuanwu gathered them together for a brief discussion. Following that, he issued various orders to them. Waves after waves of people flew off, each embarking on a different task. They began to make preparations for the construction of the palace on this island. In an instant, the entire island became bustling. Despite how late it was, the sounds of people moving about and working continued without end. As dawn approached, most of the tasks had been assigned to these people. Only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, and her daughter remained standing there without moving. Yuanwu clearly had no plans to provoke Yang Kai anymore. He even ignored both Lu Sanyang and her daughter as a result. Glaring at Yang Kai's back coldly, he snorted and turned to leave. The moment he left, Lu Sanyang immediately looked at Yang Kai and helplessly asked, "Little brother Yang, what should we do now?" How things played out had been rather unexpected. She initially thought that it would be difficult for her daughter and her to escape from Yuanwu's clutches. Thus, she had mentally prepared herself to resist to the bitter end. She did not expect that nothing would happen at all. It was all thanks to Yang Kai that they could be so leisurely at this time. At the same time, she finally understood why Li Jiao had left without any worries whatsoever. He didn't even tell her anything before he left. He clearly knew what Yang Kai was capable of, and that was why there was no need to say anything at all. "There's something I'd like to ask you, elder sister Lu." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. "Just ask away." She looked at Yang Kai with some restraint, no longer daring to treat him as an equal. The reason she had been able to relax in front of him before was that she had believed they were both first-order emperors. However, after seeing his strength, she immediately understood that he was not someone she could ever hope to compare with. Besides, respecting the strong was an unchanging principle of the martial Tao, so she was slightly in awe of him. He seemed oblivious to the changes. Pondering in silence for a moment, he said, "You have lived here for a long time. Have you ever heard of a Dragon Clan member named Zhu Qing? The Zhu clan of the Dragon Clan?" She was startled. "Indeed." He nodded gently. "I've never heard of that name before." She shook her head. "Although I have lived here for 200 to 300 years, I have never left the place where I lived, so I don't have much of an understanding towards the affairs within Dragon Palace." "I see." Yang Kai seemed a little disappointed. He thought that since Lu Senyang has lived here for so long, she might know something about the internal workings of the Dragon Clan. At the very least, he thought she could point him in the right direction or something. Who could have known that she was basically a prisoner here the entire time, so he couldn't rely on her to help at all? She seemed slightly surprised. "Little brother Yang, do you know a member of the Dragon Clan?" "I don't just know one. We even have an intimate relationship." Naturally, he did not say those words out loud and simply answered, "I'm going to go out for a bit. Do you want to come along, elder sister Lu?" She became frightened upon hearing those words and exclaimed in horror, "Go out? Go where? I'm just taking a walk around." "You can't." Lu Sanyang's expression changed abruptly. She glanced about their surroundings to make sure there was no one else around before she whispered, "Brother Yang, I know you are strong, but this is Dragon Palace. This is where the Dragon Clan lives. If you are discovered by the Dragon Clan..." Yang Kai smiled. "So many people have gone out. It won't matter even if we were discovered by a member of the Dragon Clan." Earlier, more than 200 people had scattered in different directions in 8 different teams. They were all heading towards different spirit islands to obtain the materials needed for building the palace, so it was the perfect cover for Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang thought about it and agreed that it made sense. Could not be compared to back then. During the years that she lived here, humans and monsters who were non-dragonborn were not allowed to stray too far away from the island where they lived. With the construction of the palace, Yang Kai had a reasonable explanation even if he ran into a member of the Dragon Clan. Even so, she was still worried. But Yang Kai lifted his hand to cut her off and said, "If you want to come with me, we'll leave right now." He had no plans to stay on this island. Now that nobody was paying attention to him, it was a good chance for him to go out and search for some news about Zhu Qing. She could probably guess that he was determined about this. Thus, she pondered over it for a short moment before saying, "We won't be going with you. You'll have to be careful." Although her cultivation was not that bad, Lu Yuqin was too weak. They would only be a burden for him if they followed him. If that was the case, they might as well remain in this place. That way, it would be easier for him to escape if he ran into any trouble. He frowned in response and looked in a certain direction. But Yuan Wu? If he left, it would be hard to prevent Yuan Wu from harassing the Lu mother-daughter pair. That was the only thing he was worried about. Since Li Jiao had entrusted them to him, he had to take good care of them. It was a little irresponsible of him to leave them be just like that. Although he could place Lu Sanyang and her daughter in the sealed world bead, he was not willing to do so unless it was his last resort. She smiled slightly. "Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about us. I have lived here for hundreds of years, so if I really wanted to hide, he wouldn't be able to find me." As soon as those words left her mouth, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous guess had been correct. This spirit island really was the den of that Dragon Clan member that had caused her so much grief. If that was the case, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Lifting his head, he looked to the other side of the island. "What is the name of the master here?" She was silent for a moment before she whispered, "Fu Qi." While speaking, she shuddered slightly. It was clear that the name itself had brought up memories of something. "What order dragon vein does he have?" "The 8th order dragon vein. He is a thunder dragon." Yang Kai nodded in response. "I understand." An 8th order dragon vein was not low, so this Fu Qi was probably ranked fairly highly on Dragon Island. Even Zhu Lai only had an 8th order dragon vein. Similarly, it wasn't that long ago when Zhu Qing had an 8th order dragon vein herself. It was just that she now had a 9th order dragon vein. She was only one step away from becoming a great elder of the dragon clan. If you want to leave, you can leave without worries, Brother Yang. You don't need to concern yourself about me. I can take care of myself. Yang Kai nodded. Then you take care too. I'll be back in a few days. After saying that, he rose into the sky and flew off in a random direction. His movements had not alerted many people. Yuan Wu and the rest were busy working on their tasks in the middle of the island, so it was impossible for them to notice what was happening here. At this time, the sky had brightened considerably. Yang Kai moved about like lightning, not knowing which direction to begin searching. Thus, he could only take things one step at a time. He silently and secretly spread out his divine sense, investigating the surrounding movements. The spirit islands dotted the sea within Dragon Palace like the stars in the night sky. Each spirit island was rich in world energy and had an excellent environment. Moreover, the islands were full of wonderful and strange plants, as well as precious treasures. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing such riches, he was still awed by the sight. He had known that the Dragon Clan was rich, but rich was a vague concept. It was very hard to imagine the extent of their wealth without seeing it with his own eyes. Many of the spirit islands did not contain auras of any living creatures. In other words, the precious treasures on those islands were completely unguarded. If it weren't for his attachment towards Zhu Qing, Yang Kai would have cleaned out all those spirit islands of the precious treasures they held. Unfortunately, searching for Zhu Qing was the priority. So even though he was amazed by those treasures, he was not in the mood to think about them. In addition to the abundance of various exotic flora, there were countless rare mineral lodes, including source crystal lodes that would make anybody envious. All of this was simply left out in the open, exposed to the world for all to see. Even so, nobody seemed to care. At this point, the wealth of Dragon Island was not something the so-called top sects in Star Boundary could compare to. Even great Emperor sects could not hold a candle to it. No wonder they could generously spend such a lavish amount to build a palace. There was probably nobody else across the entire Star Boundary, other than the Dragon Clan, that could pull off that kind of bold move. During that time, Yang Kai explored Spirit Island after Spirit Island. However, his search was not fruitful to say the least. It wasn't until half a day later that he sensed the aura of some living creatures on one of the Spirit Islands. That was probably one of the places where a member of the Dragon Clan lived. Yang Kai did not know whether it belonged to a member of the Fu clan or Zhu clan, but the aura coming from the island wasn't that powerful. Hence, Yang Kai snuck in to investigate. The living creatures on the island were all women. They were charming, alluring, and beautiful. Furthermore, there were at least 100 of them. Although all of them were gorgeous, their cultivations were rather uneven. Yang Kai understood that these women had probably been imprisoned by one of the Dragon Clan members. Just like Lu Sanyang, these women were under house arrest on the Spirit Island. They were the toys of a Dragon Clan member. It might have been due to the jealousy and competition between them, but many of these women were dressed up extravagantly and seductively. Some of them even went so far as to wear only a thin layer of transparent tulle. Their snow-white skin that was boldly exposed in front of Yang Kai made him slightly dizzy. On the other hand, the Dragon Clan member that owned this place was nowhere to be seen. Who knows where that person had gone? Even so, he knew that this was not the place where Zhu Qing lived. She was a female dragon, so there was no reason for her to keep so many women. Yang Kai finally had a real understanding of the Dragon Clan's extravagance and lasciviousness. Therefore, he hurriedly retreated from the island and continued onward. One day passed, then another. Yang Kai wandered Dragon Palace for several consecutive days. During that time, he never encountered a single member of the Dragon Clan. He also inspected many of the Spirit Islands, but aside from one or two of them that exuded auras so powerful that even he felt a little afraid, he had sneakily entered all others that were suspicious to investigate. There was no sign of Zhu Qing anywhere though, and there was no sign of Zhu Lai either. Yang Kai did not know where the siblings lived, so it made his search incredibly frustrating. One day, another island appeared before him. Shifting his body slightly, Yang Kai flew in that direction as he could sense the aura of living creatures coming from that place. Most of the islands in Dragon Palace were uninhabited. It was rare for him to come across an island with living creatures on it. Therefore, Xianxia could not pass up on an island like that. Concealing his aura as much as possible, he rushed towards the island. Over the past few days, he discovered that the places where the Dragon Clan members lived were not very strictly guarded. They did not even have a single barrier erected around their islands, so it was not difficult to sneak in. All he needed to do was be careful to conceal himself and he would not be discovered. Such behavior had a lot to do with the Dragon Clan's arrogance. Besides, this was Dragon Palace. Who would dare to run about without permission? Those who dared to do so were simply seeking death. Hence, it was very easy for Xianxia to infiltrate the island and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a palace. This palace seemed to be rather old, but the interior decorations were extremely luxurious. Everything was giving off an ancient aura and there was the occasional person coming and going from the palace, though their cultivations were not that high. What Xianxia found strange was that all the people here were men. Moreover, they were handsome men. Not a single woman could be seen. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. All the islands he had investigated before were mainly occupied by women. Why is the situation reversed on this spirit island? The more the doubts grew in his mind, the more he wanted to figure it out. He carefully avoided those people and continued inward, and when he reached a certain place, a mellow voice suddenly entered his ears, turning his expression weird. After listening carefully, Xianxia distinguished the direction the sound was coming from and arrived outside a hall. Several dozen bodies were entangled together inside the hall. Additionally, it was overflowing with a strong scent of debauchery. The scent was so strong that it even wafted outside of the hall. In the meantime, moaning cries rang out incessantly from inside the hall. Listening to those cries would make anyone blush furiously. They felt like little hands pulling at one's heartstrings, making one's blood rush and arousing one's desires until they couldn't control themselves. The sounds were intermixed with muffled groans and the urgent slapping sound of flesh against flesh. Xianxia had seen many similar scenes over the past 2 days. Life on most of the spirit islands where the Dragon Clan lived seemed to be overflowing with acts of carnal desires. If that was all, he would not have been this dumbstruck. What shocked him was that the hall was mostly filled with men. Moreover, there was a single woman among all these men. That woman had her back to him. Her smooth and extremely alluring figure was beautifully curved, exuding a porcelain-like luster. It might have been due to her arousal, but her pale white skin seemed to be tinged with a faint shade of pink. It made one fantasize about it strongly. Behind her, a strong man was working hard to thrust into her. Meanwhile, 2 men were kneeling next to each other in front of her. They seemed to be sucking something. Similarly, there were 2 men on both sides of her, each holding one of her small hands to their mouths, sucking on her fingers one by one. There was a faint expression on their faces that indicated their desire for her approval as they stared unblinkingly at her face. There were many other naked men sprawled across the hall, looking extremely weak. They looked like they were half dead. Who knows what kind of torture they suffered? These men were humans, monster race, and even some half-monsters. However, the aura coming from that woman was that of a pure-blood dragon. This woman is a member of the Dragon Clan. Xianxia was shocked and could not believe his eyes. The Dragon Clan lived a hedonistic life, something Xianxia had truly understood over the past few days. Even so, such debauchery had mainly involved only the male dragons. It was his first time seeing a female dragon participating in such acts. Even though Xianxia had seen many things in his life, the scene in front of him was so impactful that he was completely dumbstruck and froze in place from the shock. All of a sudden, the woman waved her hand and pushed away the faces of the men gathered around her. Then, she shoved the strong man who had been standing behind her down, turned around, and knelt on top of him. In the next moment, her exquisite and graceful body began moving up and down. Her head was lifted slightly and her beautiful hair danced with the motion as her ample peaks bounced in rhythm with her movements. A short while later, a suppressed moan rang out and the woman shuddered violently while at the same time, her tightly closed eyes opened slightly to reveal a look of ecstasy. Inside the hall, the sounds of the carnal acts gradually stopped. Outside the hall, Yang Kai stood dumbstruck. That moment stretched out as if time had frozen at that very moment. Then, the woman's slightly opened eyes met his peeping gaze. Their eyes seemed to meet for a moment and Yang Kai's heart jumped in fright. This is bad. Up until today, he had gone through many difficult challenges in life to get to where he was. However, what he witnessed just now was so unbelievable that he was utterly shaken. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the Dragon Clan member inside the hall was none other than Fu Ling, the one who came to pick them up when they first arrived in Dragon Palace. Fu Ling's slightly opened eyes slowly became sharp and compelling. It was clear that she had noticed his presence, so how could he dare to stay for another moment longer? Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai immediately disappeared from that spot. Fu Ling frowned and stood up slowly. A touch of liquid flowed down her thighs, but she ignored it. She didn't even bother to cover up her body and simply walked straight out just like that. Glancing at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing just a moment ago and seeing nothing there, her scowl deepened and she turned her head to look into the distance, snorting softly as she did so. Oh! Yang Kai flew above the sea with an awkward expression. He had not expected to encounter something like that. It wasn't his intention to peep. It was just that the scene was too shocking, so it was inevitable that he took a few more glances. That was why he accidentally revealed his presence. I wonder if she noticed me. She probably did. Otherwise, the look in her eyes wouldn't have changed so much. Will she come looking for me? Will she cause trouble for me? Based on the Dragon Clan's temperament, that possibility was almost certain. Fortunately, Fu Ling did not know who he was even if she wanted to search for him. Moreover, she had not paid any attention to him when they met several days back. She would not remember a nobody like him. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much about it. Although the lifestyle of that female dragon might be a little more corrupt than usual, her figure and appearance were extraordinary. She was a divine spirit, a dragon after all. It was only natural for her to have extraordinary looks. Recalling the scene he witnessed, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his heart racing as a result. Obscene images filled his mind as he continued to explore a few more islands to no avail. Hence, he decided to return for now. A few days had passed since he left the island, and he did not know how Lu Sanyang and her daughter were doing. Besides, he was also worried that Yuan Wu would cause trouble for them. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the island. Landing on the ground, he glanced around but did not see Lu Sanyang or her daughter anywhere. He did not know if they were hiding or doing something else. Just as he was about to begin searching for them, the sound of water splashing about suddenly rang out from the sea nearby. At the same time, a peal of clear and sweet laughter entered his ears. Turning his head in that direction, Yang Kai saw two graceful figures slowly rising from the sea. It was Lu Sanyang and her daughter. He did not know what they had been doing under the sea, but they were clearly returning at this moment. Both the bodies of mother and daughter were dripping wet, their clothes pressed tightly against their bodies, vividly revealing their graceful curves. One was mature and voluptuous while the other was young and alluring. Yang Kai's eyesight was so sharp that even if they were standing far away, he could take in that beautiful scenery clearly just by looking in that direction. Thus, he shifted his gaze away without saying anything and looked somewhere else, simply feeling relieved that they were safe. The laughter continued. It was Lu Yuqin's voice. She seemed to have encountered something pleasant and was laughing non-stop. All of a sudden, the laughter broke off as she had probably noticed his presence. The mother-daughter pair exchanged a glance with each other before hurriedly using their qi to remove the water from their clothes. After that, they flew over hand in hand. Little brother Yang. Lu Sanyang greeted Yang Kai and landed not too far away. What happened just now might have made Lu Yuqin a little shy, so she was hiding behind her mother and did not dare to show her face. Moreover, her cheeks were a little flushed. Only then did Yang Kai look in their direction and nodded lightly with a smile. I'm glad you're having fun, elder sister Lu. He thought that the mother-daughter pair had been playing in the sea. She smiled and asked, Did you gain anything from your trip, little brother Yang? She might not know the exact reason why he was going out, but she knew that he had a purpose. It was just that she could not inquire too deeply into the matter since he did not take the initiative to tell her about it. "I was just looking around," he replied. "The scenery around Dragon Palace is beautiful indeed." "Little brother Yang, please wait for a moment. Let's talk when I return after delivering something," he asked suspiciously. "Deliver this?" While speaking, she flicked her wrist and a luminous pearl suddenly appeared on the palm of her hand. The luminous pearl was not small, about the size of a man's fist. It was unexpectedly round and full, and one glance was enough to tell that it was a first-class product. It was also exuding a soft light, which gave off a very warm feeling. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. Although this kind of luminous pearl did not have much value to one's cultivation, women loved such things. That couldn't be helped. This kind of luminous pearl was best used for lighting up dark places and was many times better than using other kinds of luminous stones. "This pearl is pretty good." He nodded in praise. She replied, "This is one of Dragon Palace's specialties. It's known as the Radiant Night Pearl. It's hard to find this in the outside world." "Who are you going to give this to?" Her expression became a little unnatural. Mulling over it for a bit, she decided to answer anyway. "I was going to give it to Yuan Wu." Yang Kai's expression darkened immediately. "Did he make you do this?" When he left, all 500 people had been given tasks. Only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, and her daughter had been exempted. It wasn't because Yuan Wu was being respectful towards Yang Kai, but simply because he did not dare to command the three of them to do anything. He had suffered a terrible loss in Yang Kai's hands after all. "I can't believe Yuan Wu did something like this the moment I left." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. "It looks like the lesson I gave him before isn't enough." He immediately turned to look towards the center of the island. When Lu Sanyang saw his expression, she immediately understood what he was thinking and hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. He did not force me to do anything." "Then why did you?" He looked at her with a frown. She explained, "I volunteered to do this." "Volunteered to do this? Why?" Yang Kai said, "You don't have to do that. He won't dare to do anything to you." "I know," she smiled wryly. "But I want to leave this place as soon as possible. The Dragon Clan gave us a deadline of 1 month. But if we can finish building the palace a little earlier, then we can leave this place sooner too." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood what she was trying to do. This place was her nightmare, and every moment she spent here was another moment where she was tortured by the memories of this place. It was only natural that she did not wish to stay here for long. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Knowing this, his anger cooled. If she had volunteered to do this, then there was nothing he could say to that. "Why do they need these kinds of luminous pearls?" "For lighting." She nodded. "Yes, such a large palace will surely need these pearls as decoration. Besides, I am very familiar with the coastal area around here. I also know where I can easily find these pearls, so it's not that difficult of a task. I might as well do what I can do." At this moment, Lu Yuqin suddenly stuck her head out and proudly exclaimed, "Mother found several hundred of them all at once." Lu Sanyang had lived here for 200 to 300 years, so even if she couldn't stray too far from the island, she must have been active in the nearby areas. Therefore, she was familiar with the nearby coastal region. Asking her to find these kinds of luminous pearls was obviously more efficient than asking others to do the same. "Did Yuan Wu make things difficult for you again?" He looked at her and asked the question. "No," she shook her head. "His attitude might not be good, but he did not cause any trouble for us either." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang, please excuse me for a moment. I need to deliver these pearls to him." Afterwards, she said something to Lu Yuqin before flying away. Only Yang Kai and Lu Yuqin were left. He smiled at her, but she seemed to be afraid of strangers and simply stood there awkwardly, blushing slightly without saying anything. Thus, Yang Kai looked for something to talk about and chatted with her. Unfortunately, she only replied with a few words or non-committal nods. It seemed like she didn't dare to talk to him. A short while later, Lu Sanyang returned with a smile. She looked at Yang Kai and added, "Yuan Wu probably saw you coming back. so he didn't even dare to give me attitude this time around. People like him only dare to bully the weak, but are terrified of the strong. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He looked down on people like Yuan Wu, but that was only if they did not do anything to him. If they so much as provoked him, it would not end at just giving them a lesson. All of a sudden, Lu Sanyang's expression grew solemn and she whispered, "I heard them talking just now. It seems that quite a few people died while mining the ice spirit snow jade. Moreover, one of them was in the Emperor realm." Her expression seemed to be filled with lingering fears. She was clearly grateful for having Yang Kai's protection. Otherwise, she might have been assigned to mine the ice spirit snow jade too. Somebody in the Emperor realm died? Yang Kai was astonished. He knew that mining the ice spirit snow jade was no easy task and would surely be fraught with dangers. But even so, he did not expect people to die in the endeavor after just a few days. Yes, I didn't hear much about the exact details, so all I know is that a cold explosion occurred at the mineral lode of the ice spirit snow jade. A few people failed to escape in time, and they froze to death as a result. He asked, "What about Wu Chun?" Yang Kai did not understand that monkey-like man at all. That man had helped Yang Kai out of a sticky situation and later volunteered to mine the ice spirit snow jade, which recovered some of Yuan Wu's face. He seemed to be a good person who was considerate of others. However, Yang Kai had the feeling that that man was not that simple and couldn't help being rather concerned about him. She replied, "I'm not sure. I did not see him. He should still be mining the ice spirit snow jade. After all, this is a task handed down by the Dragon Clan. Nobody dares to procrastinate on that matter. Even if they want to proceed more carefully, they can only grit their teeth and continue working at pace, or they risk not meeting the deadline." "That's true." Yang Kai nodded. He was the only one among the 500 people here that couldn't care less about this matter. The others were working hard to complete the task given by the Dragon Clan within the 1-month deadline. After all, it was a matter that involved their life or death. If they did not work hard on it, they would only be waiting for death. While Yang Kai was speaking with Lu Sanyang, a commotion sounded from the other side. The sounds seemed to be coming from the place where the palace was going to be built. Apparently, something had happened there. Neither Yang Kai nor Lu Sanyang was bothered by the commotion. However, several people soon came flying from the other side, rushing directly towards Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang. Sensing that something was off, Yang Kai turned around and looked in that direction, where he saw 4 people flying over, 1 man and 3 women. That man was none other than Yuan Wu, who appeared to be obsequious and cautious as he accompanied the ladies, nodding and bowing to them. All 3 women were strikingly beautiful, especially the one at the front who appeared about 25 years old. Her face was alluring, her figure was curvy, and her peaks were grand. Moreover, her long imperial green dress and jet-black hair were fluttering in the air as she was flying over to this place. However, something might have happened to the lady earlier, as she appeared to be furious. At the moment, her expression was grim, and her gaze was cold. Although the 2 behind her were pretty as well, they paled when compared to the leading lady. As Yang Kai watched them flying towards him, he frowned and wondered what these people were up to. Apparently, Lu Sanyang saw them as well, and in an instant, she turned pale as her tender body started trembling. Seeing that, Liu Qin hurriedly approached her and asked in a small voice, "Mother, what happened to you?" Lu Sanyang shook her head and remained silent, but her expression grew more apprehensive by the moment. Noticing her strange behavior, Yang Kai took a look at her, and then shifted his attention to the 3 ladies. With his brows twitching, he asked in a small voice, "Do you know them?" In response, Lu Sanyang gave a small nod. It was then Yang Kai understood her reaction when she saw these 3. According to Lu Sanyang, they were now on a spirit island where Fu Qi of the Dragon Clan resided. Centuries ago, she was captured by Fu Qi and forced to live on this island. Apparently, Lu Sanyang wasn't the only woman on this island, and most of them were Fu Qi's playthings. Obviously, the 3 ladies coming at them were also Fu Qi's toys, so it was no wonder that Lu Sanyang knew who they were. After all, they had been living together for centuries, so she might have been familiar with them. However, it seemed that she was afraid of them. Perhaps there were some grudges between them. After Yang Kai pondered over the matter for a bit, he got a rough picture. Hence, he decided to take a step to cover up Lu Sanyang's figure. He wasn't sure why these ladies were coming at them, but the expression of the leading lady suggested that this wasn't a friendly trip. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Wu and the three women arrived, but they just floated in the air and looked down at Yang Kai and the others in an aloof manner. With a cold expression, the leading lady sized Yang Kai up and asked coldly, "Who did it?" Yuan Wu hurriedly pointed at Yang Kai and the others before uttering, "Madam, they're the culprits." The leading lady shot a glare at them and said through gritted teeth, "How dare all of you hurt Xiao Hong?" Unfazed, Yang Kai just stared sternly at Yuan Wu, who became uneasy because of that gaze. Recalling the humiliation he went through a few days ago, Yuan Wu's expression changed as he flinched a little. He was truly terrified of Yang Kai. Until this day, he still couldn't understand how a trivial human who was merely in the First-Order Emperor realm could be so much stronger than he was, and how he was able to suppress his dragon bloodline. Nevertheless, Yuan Wu soon remembered that he wasn't alone. He had a prominent lady by his side, so he shouldn't be afraid of Yang Kai. Considering all this, he straightened up and pointed at the leading lady before snarling, "This is the mistress of the master who owns this land, Madame Hua. Are all of you deaf? Pay your respects to her now." Upon hearing the introduction, Madame Hua raised her chin, appearing quite overbearing. In fact, there was no such position as mistress on this spirit island. Fu Qi brought them here and regarded them as mere outlets for his sexual desires, so he had never treated them with any kind of respect. However, Madame Hua was an alluring lady who knew how to make a man happy, so she was Fu Qi's favorite plaything, which was why her position was second only to Fu Qi on this island. Yuan Wu's introduction was a great compliment for her, so she was satisfied with it. With narrowed eyes, she stared at Yang Kai as though the latter was an ant. Ignoring her, Yang Kai continued to stare at Yuan Wu and curled his lips into a sneer. In an instant, Yuan Wu felt furious as he had been provoked. I've introduced Madame Hua to them, so how could he still be so arrogant? Doesn't he understand Madame Hua's importance on this island? Nevertheless, he was gleeful at Yang Kai's behavior. He was no match for Yang Kai, but it would be wonderful if he could teach him a lesson with Madame Hua's help. Therefore, he was now taking pleasure in Yang Kai's imminent misfortune as he secretly hoped that this boy would act even more arrogant. So he intentionally stirred up the situation more. "Madame Hua, look how insolent he is. He doesn't have any regard for you at all." At that moment, Madame Hua was quite infuriated. She thought that these insignificant people would bow to her right after she showed up. Although she wasn't Dragonborn or from the Dragon Clan, she was Fu Qi's favorite woman. Therefore, she regarded herself as more important than anyone else on this island. Having been incited by Yuan Wu, she snorted coldly, "You're all quite bold. No wonder you had the guts to hurt Xiao Hong." It was then Yang Kai slowly shifted his attention to her and asked with a frown, "Who is Xiao Hong?" Yang Kai really didn't know who or what Xiao Hong was, so he instinctively thought that Yuan Wu had played a dirty trick to shift all the blame to him. Madame Hua scoffed, "Don't you even know what you've done?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "How impudent." Yuan Wu growled at Yang Kai. Madame Hua's prized golden-backed red carp was hurt today. On this island, only you have the guts to be so reckless. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, "What golden-backed red carp? I've never seen it." Yang Kai had just come back from outside, so he had never seen any golden-backed red carp. However, its name suggested that it was a fish that Madame Hua had been keeping. These ladies had been confined to this island for such a long time and had nothing to do except when Fu Qi needed them in bed. Hence, it was natural that they wanted to raise some pets to occupy and relax. However, Yang Kai truly wasn't the culprit, so he put on a sneer and thought, "Yuan Wu, I was going to let you off, but I didn't expect that you'd try to use such a transparent scheme on me. It seems that you haven't learned from your previous lesson." With a murderous intent flashing across his mind, he stared at Yuan Wu as though the latter was already dead. All of a sudden, Madame Hua waved her hand. "Show him." Then, One of the ladies behind her stepped forward with a fish tank in her hands. Inside the tank, there was a red fish that would easily fit into one's palm. Its back was golden, but the rest of its body was red, so it had an outstanding appearance. It seemed that it was the golden-backed red carp Yuan Wu just mentioned, but its aura suggested that it was just a fifth-order monster beast. Hence, although it looked pretty, it wasn't powerful. Furthermore, its original form should be larger than this. The fish tank must have some special power to contain the fish in it. Indeed, the golden-backed red carp was hurt as some of the scales on its back had peeled off, which affected its overall beauty. However, it should be all right as it still appeared energetic inside the tank. Given enough time, the fish's beauty should be restored. However, by just looking at Madame Hua's expression, one would have thought that the fish had died a terrible death. The pretty face of the lady who was holding the fish tank was cold, as though one could scrape a layer of frost off it. Glowering at Yang Kai, she bellowed, "This is Xiao Hong. Do you remember now?" Impassively, Yang Kai replied, "I've never seen this red carp before, let alone heard it. You're blaming the wrong person. How dare you deny it when the evidence is right here?" Madame Hua was incensed, thinking that this guy's attitude was outrageous. Yang Kai refuted coldly, "You can't prove that I heard it. Moreover, if I had made a move, your fish would be dead by now." Hearing that, Madame Hua was startled for a moment before she started trembling in rage. "How dare you talk to me like this? I can talk to you however I want. Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai snorted. Madame Hua was infuriated because her power on the Spirit Island was second only to Fu Qi, although she was servile to Fu Qi. All others on this island had to be respectful to her. Earlier, when she went over to Yuan Wu's place and revealed her identity, everyone there instantly became subservient to her. Hence, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would have no regard for her at all and simply could not tolerate it. Ignoring her fury outright, Yang Kai snapped coldly, "The red carp's injury has nothing to do with me. Scram back to where you came from and stop bothering me." Madame Hua's expression turned livid when she heard that. Although this red carp wasn't valuable, she had been keeping it for more than 10 years. Whenever she felt lonely, it was this fish that kept her company and helped her set her mind at ease. Now that it was hurt, she definitely had to settle the score with the culprit. Nevertheless, the culprit before her eyes kept talking back and insulting her. Now, this matter had escalated beyond the red carp's injury. If she didn't teach this young man a lesson on this day, her authority would be forever damaged. How dare a trivial human provoke me? He must be sick of living. Just when Madame Hua was ready to teach Yang Kai a lesson at all costs, Yuan Wu suddenly pointed at the people behind Yang Kai and said, "If you're not the culprit, it must be them who did it." Yes, it was them. Madame Hua, it was that mother and daughter who were gathering luminous pearls nearby. They must have come across your pet in the sea and heard it. What? Madame Hua frowned and looked behind Yang Kai. She had not paid attention to the people behind him because she was furious about Xiao Hong's injury. With her mind set on getting her revenge, she had no time to care about other matters. Upon Yuan Wu's reminder, she then noticed that 2 people had been hiding behind Yang Kai. One of them was covered up by the young man before her eyes, and the other young girl was looking timidly at her. Madame Hua stared at the young girl and frowned, finding her somewhat familiar, thinking she had met her somewhere before. Although Madame Hua found the timid-looking girl familiar, she couldn't remember where she had met her before. She had been living on the Spirit Island for about 200 years, so even if she had really come across the girl before, it must have happened before then. However, the young girl's cultivation and appearance suggested that she was just a teenager, which meant that she couldn't possibly have been alive 200 years ago. Therefore, it wasn't possible for Madame Hua to have met her before. Moreover, the young girl's face and eyes, which resembled those of a woman she knew, made her feel repulsed. Then, Madame Hua shifted her attention to the person hiding behind Yang Kai. Instantly, she figured out who that person was, so she sneered, "What's the point of you hiding behind a man? Get out now." Hearing that, Lu Sanyong couldn't help but start shuddering, and she didn't dare to reveal herself. Seeing that, Madame Hua was certain that her speculation was right, so her lips curled up and said, "San Yang, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Don't you recognize me anymore?" San Yang. Yuan Wu was startled for a moment before he gazed at Madame Hua in shock. At that instant, he realized that Madame Hua and Lu San Yang knew each other. Feeling apprehensive, he thought, if Madame Hua and Lu San Yang are on good terms, then I'm doomed. However, after he examined Madame Hua's expression, he was able to set his mind at ease. It's fine. They're not on good terms. In fact, there must be some grudges between them. Pretending to know nothing, Yuan Wu gazed at Madame Hua and asked, "Madame, do you know her?" Madame Hua scoffed. "Of course I know her. We lived together for almost 200 years, and she always took good care of me. We know each other very well." With a fawning smile, Yuan Wu said, "What a coincidence." It was then he realized that both Madame Hua and Lu San Yang must be the captives of the Dragon Clan on this island. Judging from Madame Hua's furious expression, he reckoned that these two ladies must have been in a fierce competition for Fu Qi's favor, so it was understandable that they were on bad terms now. After Fu Qi expelled Lu San Yang from Dragon Palace, she was forced to relocate to Half-Dragon City, while Madame Hua stayed in the same place. Now that Madame Hua had come across her old foe, naturally, she wasn't in a good mood. "San Yang, why don't you want to see me? Why are you hiding behind a man? I can see you, you know?" Left with no choice, Lu San Yang moved away from Yang Kai and hung her head low with an anxious expression. After Madame Hua snorted, the two ladies around her growled, "It's really you." Apparently, they knew Lu San Yang as well. Because of Madame Hua's attitude, they also looked coldly and disdainfully at Lu San Yang, as they took pleasure in the latter's misfortune. Previously, Lu San Yang was Fu Qi's favorite woman, so her position on this island was equivalent to that of the current Madame Hua. During the past 200 years of competition, Madame Hua had always lost to Lu San Yang. Now that Lu San Yang had been expelled from the palace, though, Madame Hua didn't have to be wary of her anymore. After all, it was said that the winner took all, and Madame Hua was the winner. "Elder sister Hua, fellow sisters?" Lu San Yang hung her head low and greeted them as she grew more anxious by the moment. If possible, she would never have wanted to reveal herself. However, since Madame Hua had figured out her identity, it would be pointless for her to keep hiding. Furthermore, they had to solve the problem on this day, otherwise it might turn into a bigger problem in the future. Gazing at these familiar faces, Lu San Yang couldn't help recalling the unhappy memories from the past. The woman holding the fish tank glared at Lu San Yang and snarled, "How impudent! How dare you call us sisters? You've been expelled from the palace, so you have no right to address us in such a way. What a shameless woman!" Although the other woman uttered nothing, her expression suggested that she shared the same thoughts. In the past, they were wary of Lu San Yang because the latter was Fu Qi's favorite. However, now, they had gained Fu Qi's favor, while Lu San Yang had been discarded by the Dragon Clan like a piece of trash. Since she was just a piece of trash, there was no way they would be afraid of her. With a faint smile, Madame Hua said in a magnanimous manner, "Forget it. We lived together for a long time. Don't be too hard on her now." Hearing that, the woman beside her stopped speaking. Appearing to be victorious, Madame Hua looked at Lu San Yang in a haughty manner and asked, "We haven't met for more than 10 years. How are you?" Lu San Yang pressed her lips together and replied softly, "Many thanks for your concern. I've been doing well." In response, Madame Hua nodded gently. "Very good. You have no idea how sorrowful I was when you were forced to leave the island back then. I even went to beg Senior Fu Qi so that you could stay, but he had made up his mind, so there was nothing I could do. You don't blame me for that, do you?" After shaking her head, Lu San Yang replied, "No, I have never blamed you." With a smile, Madame Hua said, "I knew that you were a magnanimous person. It's no wonder that you were Sir's favorite in the past." As she spoke, she looked at Lu San Yang from the corner of her eye. Seeing that the latter appeared to be dejected, she continued gleefully, "Your power was second only to Senior Fu Qi at that time, so even I had to be respectful to you. However, life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? Look how different the situation is now. Knowing that Madame Hua was mocking her, Lu Sanyang just remained silent. Now that she was the weaker one, she had no choice but to kowtow to her. Furthermore, she had never been a woman who loved to compete with other women to win a man's heart. By the way, why have you come back to this island? Have you gotten Sir's permission? Madame Hua suddenly changed the topic. I don't have his permission. Lu Sanyang shook her head gently. Pretending to be surprised, Madame Hua asked, how did you dare to come back without his permission? Aren't you afraid that he'll punish you if he finds out about it? With a grin, Yuan Wu explained, Madam, we've come to this island to help Sir build a palace. All of them are here to help as well, so they don't need anyone's permission. Upon learning the reason behind it, Madame Hua said, oh, I see. You have to be more meticulous, then. This palace is being built for Sir's upcoming wedding, so everything has to be perfect. If there's any mistake, all of you will be punished. Wedding? Yuan Wu was startled because he hadn't heard of this news. A few days ago, Fu Qi brought all 500 of them to this island and told them what they had to do before promptly leaving. However, he didn't tell them what the palace was for. It wasn't until they heard it from Madame Hua that they came to the realization that this palace was being built for Fu Qi's wedding. It was indeed big news because there was only a small number of Dragon Clan members, and the period it took for them to reach maturity was unbelievably long. Furthermore, the ratio of men to women was unequal, so it was difficult for them to fall in love and get married. As far as Yuan Wu knew, the last wedding of a Dragon Clan member took place more than 10,000 years ago, which went to show how important a wedding was for them. Understanding all this, Yuan Wu hurriedly said, Madam, please rest assured, I'll do my best to build this palace so that all of the masters of the Dragon Clan will be satisfied. Good. Madame Hua nodded lightly. Then, she sighed and spoke helplessly. Sir is going to get married soon. I wonder what will happen to us. Sanyang, I'm really envious that you left the palace more than 10 years ago. We have no choice but to stay here, and we don't even know who the future mistress is that we're going to serve. All of a sudden, Lu Yuqin growled, You can also leave then. No one is forcing you to stay. Although she was young and inexperienced, she could easily tell that Madame Hua and the other ladies were awful people. They kept picking on her mother as they spoke in an overbearing manner. Having been enraged by their attitude, she couldn't take it anymore and flared up. Lu Sanyang's expression changed abruptly as she pulled Lu Yuqin's sleeve and chided, Don't speak like that. With narrowed eyes, Madame Hua stared at Lu Yuqin and said lightly, Sanyang, she must be the bastard child, right? Lu Yuqin had already been born when Lu Sanyang was expelled from the island. It was because Lu Yuqin had no dragon vein at all that she and her mother had to be forced out of the island. Judging from Lu Yuqin's age and appearance, Madame Hua was certain that she was Lu Sanyang's daughter. Having been provoked by Lu Yuqin, she stopped being polite to Lu Sanyang. She had never been fond of Lu Sanyang anyway, so naturally, she loathed her daughter as well. Furthermore, Lu Yuqin was the daughter of Lu Sanyang and Fu Qi. Although she didn't have any dragon vein, she was still Fu Qi's descendant. The very existence of Lu Yuqin was like a needle in Madame Hua's heart, so she had to remove it. With a pale face, Lu Sanyang pleaded, Elder Sister Hua, she's just a young girl who knows nothing. Please forgive her. The woman holding the fish tank said coldly, As her mother, do you know nothing as well? Lu Sanyang bit her lip and replied, Elder sister, please forgive her. I'll apologize on her behalf. Madame Hua sneered, Are you implying that I'm a cold-hearted person? Am I so terrifying? Elder sister, you mean? Madame Hua waved her hand. I will allow this matter to pass. Surprised, Lu Sanyang uttered, Many thanks, elder sister. Then, Madame Hua said, However, I won't forgive the culprit who hurt Xiao Hong. Sanyang, do you know that after you left, I've been missing you every day? Naturally, Lu Sanyang wouldn't believe her. In the past, Madame Hua was her arch-nemesis who kept provoking her. Even though she ignored Madame Hua, the latter still wouldn't stop competing with her. Obviously, Madame Hua was just spouting nonsense when she claimed that she had been missing Lu Sanyang after the latter was forced to leave. Instead, she must have been gleeful. Fortunately, I chanced upon Xiao Hong. Madame Hua then turned to look softly at the red carp in the fish tank. Over the past decade, Xiao Hong has given me lots of comfort, so I've regarded it as my family member. Now that it has been hurt, I won't let the culprit go. So, I hope that you'll understand me. As she stared coldly at Lu Sanyang, she questioned, "Who was the one that injured Xiao Hong?" The sea wind blew by. Faced with Madame Hua's question, Lu Yuqin flinched and looked away, appearing to be guilty. Madame Hua snorted. "Do you think you can get away with it by just keeping quiet? There are not many people on this island, so it isn't hard to find out the culprit. I might consider giving you a lighter punishment if you come forward yourself. Otherwise," Yuan Wu immediately said, "Madam, it must be both the mother and daughter who hurt Xiao Hong." Madame Hua scoffed. "How do you know?" Yuan Wu explained. "Just like what I had said, they were the ones responsible for obtaining luminous pearls. Your red carp must have been hurt when it was having fun in the sea. I swear that besides those two over there, no one else had gone into the surrounding waters." With her gaze turning glacial, Madame Hua stared at Lu Sanyang and demanded, "Sanyang, how will you explain yourself?" Lu Sanyang lowered her head. "Elder sister, please forgive me. I didn't know that the red carp was your pet. If I knew, I wouldn't have the guts to harm it." With a furious expression, Madame Hua said through gritted teeth, "So, you're really the one that hurt Xiao Hong. Sanyang, I'm so disappointed in you." Just then, Lu Yuqin stepped forward and growled, "My mother didn't do it. It was me. The fish suddenly came at us and surprised me, so I hit it by accident. I don't think the fish was severely injured anyway." Shocked by her daughter's move, Lu Sanyang quickly pulled her back and chided, "Stop talking." Madame Hua stared at the sight and put on a cold smile. "What a loving mother and daughter. I'm moved." Despite what she just said, her expression was ice cold, as though she couldn't wait to kill the people before her eyes. The woman holding the fish tank bellowed, "What do you mean Xiao Hong isn't severely injured? Open your eyes and take a closer look. The scales on Xiao Hong's back have been damaged. Do you know how much Madame loves Xiao Hong? How are you going to compensate Madame?" Knowing Madame Hua's temperament, Lu Sanyang understood that this problem couldn't be solved easily. Madame Hua had always been resentful of her, so she wouldn't give up this chance to teach her a lesson. Hence, Lu Sanyang hurriedly pleaded, "Elder sister, it was me who hurt the red carp, so please punish only me." "Sanyang, do you think I'm an idiot?" Madame Hua stared sternly at her and parted her lips. "You're in the Emperor realm, but Xiao Hong is just a fifth-order monster beast. If you made a move, Xiao Hong wouldn't have survived. It was really me. Stop spouting nonsense. I already know who hurt my precious pet." Madame Hua shifted her attention to Lu Yuqin. "Since you've failed as a mother in disciplining your own daughter, I'll teach her a lesson on your behalf. Then, this is something I should do as her senior, so there's no need for you to thank me." Elder sister. Flabbergasted, Lu Sanyang hurriedly stood in front of her daughter. Lu Yuqin knew that she had made a huge mistake, so her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. However, she didn't harm the fish on purpose. When she was collecting luminous pearl with her mother, a huge red carp approached them suddenly. Shocked, she landed a palm on that fish to chase it away, but she didn't expect that her action would cause her to get into trouble later. If she knew that this would be the outcome, she wouldn't have harmed the red carp no matter what. Although she was terrified, she still yelled, "Don't bully my mother." "What do you mean, I'm bullying your mother?" Madame Hua snorted. "A little girl like you shouldn't be so rude. Slap her for me." "Yes, madam." The woman, who had been quiet all the while, stepped forward and glared at Lu Sanyang. "Move!" Certainly, Lu Sanyang wouldn't just stand down as she kept shaking her head at Madame Hua, begging for her mercy. Madame Hua continued, "Sanyang, you know my temperament well. If you step aside now, it will only be a small lesson. However, if you dare to stop me, I will have no choice but to thoroughly punish her." Lu Sanyang's expression changed when she heard that. "Out of the way!" As the woman spoke, she pushed Lu Sanyang aside. She was only a third-order Dao source realm, which was much lower than Lu Sanyang. However, Lu Sanyang apparently didn't dare to resist her, so she staggered to the side from the impact as she looked at her daughter with teary eyes. Knowing that her daughter couldn't be spared the punishment, she just hoped that Madame Hua wouldn't go overboard. "Mother!" Lu Yuqin called out to her. With a ruthless smile, the woman raised her hand, ready to land a slap on Lu Yuqin's face, which resembled that of Lu Sanyang. Apparently, the woman didn't intend to go easy on Lu Yuqin as she circulated her source qi around her palm. Lu Yuqin's cultivation was so low that she couldn't possibly parry the attack. If she was slapped, her face would be severely injured. Lu Sanyang dug her nails in her palms, but she felt no pain at all. With her eyes turning bloodshot, she forced herself to remain on the same spot. She knew that if she tried to save her daughter, both of them would lose their lives here on this day, as Madame Hua wouldn't let them off. However, if she stayed put, there was a chance for her daughter to survive. Not having the heart to see her daughter being punished, she looked away as her tears slipped down her face. "Pa!" A loud slap was heard, followed by a woman's scream. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. Lu Sanyang felt her heart aching terribly. Although having her daughter was an accident, she still gave birth to her after a 10-month-long pregnancy. Over the years, she only had her daughter by her side, so her daughter had become the most important person in her life. She had never had the heart to scold harshly or lay a hand on her daughter before. But on this day, she had no choice but to let someone else slap her daughter right in front of her. She hated herself for being so useless, as well as Madame Hua's ruthlessness. Thinking that it was all her fault, she started tearing up. At that instant, her tears dropped onto the floor like stringless pearls. Then, worried that Lu Yuqin's face might have been deformed, she turned to look at her daughter. However, the next moment, Lu Sanyang was stunned, as her daughter's face remained flawless. Although Lu Yuqin appeared to be terrified, there was no sign of injury on her face. On the other hand, there was a visibly red slap mark on the face of the woman who was about to lay a hand on her. At the same time, blood was streaming out of her mouth. The woman was slapped so forcefully that her face soon became swollen. "My daughter is fine?" That woman was slapped instead. Lu Sanyang was astounded as she didn't know what had happened. The woman, who had been slapped, was rooted to the spot as she didn't understand how she got slapped instead when she was the one who was supposed to slap Lu Yuqin. At that instant, Yuan Wu, Madame Hua, and the woman holding the fish tank were stunned as well. However, Madame Hua's expression soon darkened as an insidious glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. Staring at the young man, who was standing in front of Lu Yuqin, she questioned, "It was you who did it, right?" Here, only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, and Lu Yuqin dared oppose her. The mother and daughter pair did not have the guts to disobey Madame Hua, so the person who dared to make a move must be Yang Kai. Since she arrived at this place, she had never spared Yang Kai a glance, as the latter was only a first-order emperor. Although her cultivation was in the same realm, cultivation wasn't the most important thing on Dragon Island. She had the support of an 8th-order Thunder Dragon, so no one other than the Dragon Clan had the guts to offend her. Hence, she didn't expect that this average-looking young man was brazen enough to slap her subordinate, which was akin to slapping her. How outrageous! Madame Hua was burning with fury as she glowered at Yang Kai. "Good. It was me who did it." Yang Kai took the blame in Lu Yuqin's stead. Hearing that, Lu Sanyang was grateful for what he was doing for her, but at the same time, she was worried about him. She knew that Yang Kai was a powerful man who had taught Yuan Wu a lesson before, but Yuan Wu's status wasn't comparable to that of Madame Hua. It was no big deal punishing Yuan Wu, but it was akin to courting death offending Madame Hua. Extremely worried, Lu Sanyang wiped away her tears and hinted at Yang Kai with her gaze. Oblivious to her, Yang Kai waved his hand and said disdainfully, "I never wanted to lay my hand on a woman, but all of you are too disgraceful. Unfortunately, my hand has been dirted." "What did you just say?" Madame Hua narrowed her eyes and glared at him. Straightening up, Yang Kai questioned, "Are you deaf or what?" Is that why you couldn't hear me? Infuriated, Madame Hua couldn't believe what she just heard. How dare he talk to me like this? How could he have the guts to offend me? I'm basically the mistress of this island. Other than members from the Dragon Clan, no one else dares to be so arrogant before me. With her body trembling in anger, she said through gritted teeth, "Brat, you must be sick of living." Xianxia snorted. "Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. You're nothing but a plaything to some dragon, so I don't understand how you could be so overbearing. Why are you making a big fuss over a minor issue? Do you know that you're annoying? If you dare to find fault with us again, I'll slap you as well. I don't enjoy laying hands on women, but that doesn't mean that I won't. I'm just a plaything? A minor issue." Madame Hua widened her eyes in disbelief and actually started laughing out of anger. "Xiao Hong has been hurt, so I'm just here to obtain justice. And yet, you dare to offend me and injure my subordinate? Are you out of your mind? So what if I called you a plaything and harmed your subordinate? Elder Sister Lu has apologized to you, so you shouldn't have tried to harm her daughter. Is an apology useful?" Madame Hua's expression was dark. "Whatever injury Xiao Hong has suffered, I'll have that brat get the same treatment." Hearing that, Lu Yuqin couldn't help shuddering. The red carp had only lost some scales, but if she were given the same treatment, it would mean that a layer of her skin would have to be peeled off. She was just a young girl, so she couldn't possibly endure this kind of pain. In an instant, her face had turned completely pale. "Is that how you want to settle this?" Xianxia scoffed. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's how the world works," Madame Hua declared coldly, as her chest was heaving. Apparently, she could not stand Xianxia's attitude anymore. With a frown, Xianxia nodded slightly and replied, "You're right. An eye for an eye is indeed fair." Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned a shade paler when she heard that. She thought that Xianxia couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and was giving in to Madame Hua. Nevertheless, she wouldn't blame him for this, because he had just protected her daughter from a possible injury. It was the right move to give in at this point, but she was worried that Madame Hua wouldn't let him off as well. As such, she secretly made up her mind. No matter how Madame Hua was going to punish her daughter, she would endure the pain in her stead so that her daughter wouldn't be harmed. "You think it's fair as well?" Madame Hua stared at Xianxia with narrowed eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing across their depths. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Step aside then. I'll settle accounts with you later." Madame Hua waved her hand and demanded impatiently. With a grin, Xianxia extended his hand suddenly and made a grabbing gesture. The woman, who had been slapped earlier, was shocked, thinking that Xianxia wanted to attack her again and hurriedly stepped backwards. However, Xianxia didn't seem to have the intention of harming her, which made her look like she had overreacted. With her face flushing, she was utterly embarrassed. Just then, a splashing sound could be heard, and after Xianxia withdrew his hand, a golden-backed red carp magically appeared in his grip. Upon closer look, that fish was none other than Madame Hua's pet, which she had kept for more than a decade. Nobody could see clearly how he obtained the red carp. He just seemed to have stretched out his hand, upon which the red carp called Xiao Hong magically appeared. The woman holding the fish tank was stunned for a moment, but after taking a look at the red carp in Xianxia's hand, she shifted her attention to her fish tank, and in an instant, her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed, "Ah!" with a livid expression. Madame Hua came to her senses and snarled, "What are you doing? Release Xiao Hong now. It's just a red carp. Why do you see it as a treasure? In my eyes, it's nothing more than a piece of trash." Xianxia put on a sneer. At that instant, Madame Hua had a horrendous premonition and she hurriedly demanded, "I'll count down from 3 now. If you don't release it, I'll kill you." Right after she finished speaking, she started counting down. 3. Pooh. When Madame Hua heard that, her pupils contracted as she watched Xianxia tighten his grip and kill her fish. Although Xiao Hong was a 5th-order monster beast, it couldn't possibly survive Xianxia's attack. Upon impact, the fish broke into 2 as its head and body fell to the ground. Turning back into its original 10-meter form, it was dead when it touched the ground. Yuanwu gasped and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as he didn't expect that this young man was so brash. Although the red carp wasn't valuable, it was a pet that had accompanied Madame Hua for more than a decade. Earlier, Madame Hua had already blown her top because the red carp scales had been damaged. Now that the fish was dead, there was no way she would let Yang Kai off. This brat is practically dead meat now. Yuanwu was elated as he gazed at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in the latter's imminent misfortune. He still remembered vividly that he was humiliated by Yang Kai a few days ago. He didn't have the ability to get his revenge, but it would be great solace for him if he could get Yang Kai killed with Madame Hua's help. Lu Sanyang and her daughter were dumbfounded as well. They met Yang Kai not long ago and only knew that he was Li Jiao's friend. However, they didn't expect him to be such a reckless man who had no regard for Madame Hua at all. What should we do now? We're basically doomed. Earlier, the issue could be solved if we just let Madame Hua vent her fury by punishing us. But now, Lu Sanyang was extremely anxious. She blamed Yang Kai for his recklessness, but at the same time, she also blamed herself for dragging him into this matter. How will I explain myself to Li Jiao in the future? How dare you kill Xiao Hong? The woman holding the fish tank turned completely pale as she stared at Yang Kai as her heart sank. Where did this madman come from? Doesn't he understand that his action will bring dreadful consequences? The other woman was flabbergasted at the sight as she was rooted to the spot. Even with her hand still covering her face, she couldn't feel any pain at all. A myriad of expressions came over all of them except the culprit, who didn't seem to be perturbed by what he had just done. Yang Kai looked mockingly at Madame Hua and sneered, "An eye for an eye? How are you going to make me pay the price now?" Madame Hua's chest heaved in outrage as her pretty face contorted. Turning hysterical, she snarled, "Kill him! Kill him now!" She couldn't take it anymore. Initially, she just wanted to obtain justice for Xiao Hong by lecturing the person who had harmed it. However, after she saw Lu Sanyang, she changed her mind and decided to humiliate that woman who had been her arch-nemesis for centuries. Now that her precious fish was killed though, she wanted nothing less than an end to Yang Kai's life. Xiao Hong was dead, so she could only relieve the fury in her chest by killing him. Her order was loud and clear, but no one took any action. The two women who had tagged along were also Fu Chi's playthings, but they were only third-order Dao source realm. Facing Yang Kai, who was a first-order emperor, they didn't have the courage to step forward. Furthermore, judging from what Yang Kai had just done, it was apparent that he was a madman who knew no bounds. The two women would only humiliate themselves if they tried to challenge Yang Kai, so they remained on the spot and appeared to be hesitant. Seeing that, Madame Hua growled, "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to make a move myself?" If Madame Hua was forced to make a move herself, the two women would be doomed as well. Left with no choice, they traded glances and pounced at Yang Kai. Although they were no match for Yang Kai, they still had to take action. Otherwise, they would be punished harshly after the incident. In the blink of an eye, they reached both sides of Yang Kai. Despite being third-order Dao source realm cultivators, they had lost almost all of their battle instincts after spending so many years on Dragon Island only competing with other women for Fu Chi's attention. Hence, they couldn't even utilize 70% of their real strength. With that said, even if they could make full use of their power, they would still be no match for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't seem to have made any move, but the two women were sent flying back in the next instant, spraying out blood in midair. After they fell to the ground, all their source chi had dispersed, and they couldn't even get to their feet. "How dare you!" Madame Hua yelled in a high-pitched voice that could damage a person's eardrums. Not only did Yang Kai kill Xiao Hong, but he also had the guts to hurt the women on the Spirit Island. His action was beyond Madame Hua's ability to fathom. At that instant, her entire body was trembling as she was about to explode like a volcano. Nevertheless, she had been living a luxurious life for years, and although she was utterly incensed, she didn't have the intention of making a move herself. Hence, she shot Yuanwu a glare and demanded, "What are you waiting for? Kill him for me." Instantly, Yuanwu appeared to be on pins and needles. If he could defeat Yang Kai, he would have charged forward without Madame Hua telling him to do so. It was beneficial for him to strike up a relationship with Madame Hua, and the chance was right before his eyes. Despite that, he couldn't seize it. He had confronted Yang Kai a few days ago, and despite the fact that Yang Kai's cultivation was one minor realm lower than his, Yuan Wu knew was no match for him at all. If it weren't because Yang Kai decided to let him go, he would have lost his life then and there. This time, he had tagged along with Madame Hua to teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he didn't expect that not only did Yang Kai have the guts to kill Madame Hua's pet, but he also dared to harm her subordinates. He must be out of his mind. Yuan Wu uttered hesitantly as he didn't have the courage to fight with Yang Kai. Madame Hua threatened coldly. You dare to disobey my order? Good. I'll go back now and tell Senior Fu Qi that all of you have partnered up to shame me. Please wait, madam. Yuan Wu was flabbergasted as he cursed at Madame Hua in his heart. He was just there to watch the show, so he wondered how he ended up being dragged into this matter. What an unexpected ordeal. At that moment he was truly flustered. If Madame Hua told Fu Qi what happened, it would mean the end of Yuan Wu's life. He didn't believe that a Dragon Clan member was willing to spare a subordinate's life. Although he was also a Dragonborn, he was just an insignificant hybrid in the Dragon Clan's eyes. Hence, they would just kill him as they pleased. This is so unfortunate. If I knew this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Now, I've been put in a tight spot. Yuan Wu couldn't help but feel like giving his past self a slap to the face. Since he could never offend Madame Hua, he had no choice but to look apprehensively at Yang Kai. Upon seeing Yang Kai's glare, Yuan Wu started shuddering and recalled that Yang Kai was able to suppress his bloodline with ease a few days ago. Suddenly thinking of something, he growled with a ruthless expression. Madame Hua, rest assured, I'll teach this bastard a lesson on your behalf. At the same time, he secretly spoke to Yang Kai by divine sense. I have no choice. Please don't blame me. Upon finishing his words, he pushed his Emperor Qi and launched himself at Yang Kai, making the exact same move as the two women had done earlier. With a gratified expression, Madame Hua shot an insidious glare at Yang Kai. She had been humiliated this day, but as long as she could capture Yang Kai, she had many ways to torture him. She could feel that, just like herself, Yang Kai was in the First Order Emperor realm, while Yuan Wu, a Dragonborn, was in the Second Order Emperor realm. Basically, Yuan Wu should be the more powerful man between the two of them. Since Yuan Wu had made a move, there was no way he would fail in his attempt to capture Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Madame Hua was coming up with ideas on how to torment Yang Kai to vent her anger. Since you have the guts to kill Xiao Hong, I'll make life a living hell for you. Upon hearing a man's scream though, Madame Hua was rooted to the spot as her well-laid plan evaporated before her eyes. Yuan Wu, who appeared to be fierce just now, was struck with a palm and sent flying backwards. The blood he sprayed out in midair was dazzling under the sunlight. What just happened? What is going on? Madame Hua couldn't believe what she saw. Yuan Wu was supposed to be able to defeat that young man, so why was he defeated instead? What happened? Yuan Wu landed on the ground with a loud thud as he convulsed for a bit and passed out. In an instant, Madame Hua's face fell dramatically. Yuan Wu had lost consciousness while Madame Hua's expression remained livid. At that moment, the atmosphere in the beach was eerily quiet. Moments later, Madame Hua snarled at Yuan Wu. Stop pretending. Get up now. It wasn't possible for Yuan Wu, a Dragonborn in the Second Order Emperor realm, to be defeated by Yang Kai, a human in the First Order Emperor realm, with just one palm strike. Therefore, Madame Hua concluded that Yuan Wu was just pretending to have passed out. Although she didn't understand the reason behind it, she still shouted at Yuan Wu because he was the only person she could still order around at the moment. However, Yuan Wu remained lying on the ground. It seemed that he had really passed out. Seeing that, Madame Hua approached him and landed a forceful kick on him, but he remained reactionless. How dare you? Madame Hua bellowed. Just when she was about to keep rebuking Yuan Wu, she realized that her vision had turned a tone darker. When she raised her gaze, her pupils contracted uncontrollably, for Yang Kai was standing right in front of her and glaring at her. Feeling her chest tightening, Madame Hua took a few steps back and asked in fright, "What are you trying to do?" Upon finishing her words, she started to circulate her emperor qi and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai's chest. She seemed to have planned for it earlier, as there were no signs that suggested that she would make such a move. Judging from her expression and posture just now, no one could have guessed that she was about to take action. After she pushed out her palm, she put on a sinister grin. She believed that Yang Kai must have never suspected she would launch such an attack. Given that their cultivation realm was the same, she had the confidence of defeating him with just one palm. What a devious woman! Yang Kai snorted and pushed his palm forward as well. Despite the fact that he made a move later than Madame Hua, he managed to land a palm strike on her shoulder first. Ah! Madame Hua was sent flying backwards from the impact as her mouth was instantly filled with blood. At the same time, she felt excruciating pain in her shoulder, so she knew that her bones must have been fractured. Just then, she felt a violent energy rushing along all her meridians and spreading across her 5 viscera and 6 organs, throwing her emperor qi circulation into chaos. How is he so strong? Madame Hua widened her eyes in disbelief. Although both of them were in the first-order emperor realm, Madame Hua realized that Yang Kai was far more powerful than she was. Just one attack was enough to make her realize that there was a huge difference between them. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and before she managed to get to her feet, her vision turned dark again. Raising her head, she saw Yang Kai looking down at her with a sneer. "How dare you attack me?" Flabbergasted, Madame Hua had forgotten about the pain in her shoulder as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Why wouldn't I dare to attack you?" Yang Kai raised his leg and put his foot on her chest, causing her tall peaks to deform noticeably. Feeling a sharp pain, Madame Hua knitted her brows together. At the same time, she was stunned by what Yang Kai had said. How dare he lay a hand on me? I'm Fu Qi's favorite woman. No one has ever had the guts to attack me. You court death. Madame Hua turned mad as she gathered her emperor qi in an attempt to resist. However, with Yang Kai's foot still pressing against her body, she couldn't even get up, let alone counterattack. As she was clawing at the air, her hair became messy. At that moment, she looked like a mad shrew, completely unlike her beautiful self earlier. Her face had contorted as her gaze was filled with a sense of hatred. How are you still so arrogant at this point? Yang Kai snorted and exerted more force with his foot, causing Madame Hua to wail and her face to turn pale. It was then Lu Sanyang came to her senses. After Yang Kai killed the golden-backed red carp, she was stunned at the sight and rooted to the spot. It wasn't until she sensed Yang Kai's murderous intent that she regained her senses. Following that, she rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's arm before shouting, "Little brother Yang, you can't kill her. There's no one I can't kill in this world." With a ruthless expression, Yang Kai turned his head and glared at her. It was the first time Lu Sanyang saw Yang Kai looking so ferocious. After some contact with him, she believed that, while a bit arrogant, he was a reasonable man. Now, though, he seemed to have completely changed. She was stunned and instinctively flinched. Nevertheless, it was she and her daughter who caused this problem. If Yang Kai really killed Madame Hua, none of them would be able to leave the island alive. With that said, the problem had come to a point where it couldn't possibly be solved anymore. Given Madame Hua's temperament, it wasn't possible that she would let them off after she was humiliated in such a way. They would have to pay a hefty price to dispel her fury. You can't kill her, little brother Yang. Release her first. Lu Sanyang tried to persuade him. Although she was grateful that he was standing up for her and her daughter, things had come to a point where she had been put in a tight spot. Whatever the case, they couldn't kill Madame Hua, and they could only come up with a way to settle the issue later. Seeing that Lu Sanyang was showing her weak side, Madame Hua became haughty again as she snarled, "You bitch! I'll definitely tell sir what all of you have done to me. Just you wait." Her face turning a shade paler, Lu Sanyang pleaded, "Elder sister, it's all my fault, and it has nothing to do with Chiner. Please forgive her and never mention her name in front of sir." Madame Hua sneered, "It's no use begging me now. It's too late. All of you must die. She shot a malicious glare at the mother and daughter as she watched their faces transformed by fear. Feeling gleeful, she shifted her attention to Xianxia, but she was soon stunned. That was because she couldn't see any sign of fear on his face. Instead, he was calm and collected, as though he was unperturbed by what he had just done. What's wrong with him? Elder sister Lu, you see it now? You're kind-hearted enough to let her go, but she isn't willing to let you off. Why don't I just kill her and end all the trouble? Although Xianxia was staring at Madame Hua, he was talking to Lu Sanyang in a dispassionate tone. Feeling anxious, Lu Sanyang fell silent, for she wasn't sure what she should do. If they released Madame Hua, she would go back and tell Fu Qi what had happened. However, if they killed her now, Fu Qi would also make sure that they couldn't leave the island alive. Whatever their decision, the outcome would be the same. In her heart, she was extremely exasperated. The incident on this day happened because Madame Hua's red carp had been slightly injured, which wasn't a big deal at all. Nevertheless, Madame Hua still brought along her subordinates to find fault with them. Moreover, they had already apologized to her, but she still wanted them to suffer miserably. You want to kill me? Finally understanding the emotion behind Xianxia's gaze, Madame Hua was gripped by fear. In an instant, she was no longer arrogant as her body turned cold, as though all her blood had been frozen over. She had never expected that someone would have the guts to kill her on this island one day. With a sneer, Xianxia replied, "You think I'm making a joke? If they were in a different place, it wouldn't matter whether he would kill Madame Hua." However, they were now on Dragon Island, and such a conflict had happened between Madame Hua and them, so they could never let her go. As for the consequences of killing her, they could only think about them later. Engulfed in his murderous intent, Madame Hua was flustered as the color had been drained from her face. She certainly didn't expect that things would come to such a point. If she knew Xianxia was such a daredevil, she would have given in to him earlier. Nevertheless, it had never crossed her mind that Yuan Wu would be of no use to her at all. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I won't pursue this matter again. I swear. Please let me go." Madame Hua pleaded with him as her body trembled. Finally realizing that he truly intended to kill her, all she wanted now was to survive. Hence, she stopped caring about her dignity. Due to the fact that she was terrified, her tears were now slipping down her face. Seeing that Xianxia still remained impassive, she hurriedly shouted out to Lu Sanyang, "Sanyang, we were sisters for centuries, and I treated you well in the past. I know I'm in the wrong here, so will you please forgive me?" Lu Sanyang's heart softened as she really didn't have the heart to kill her. On the other hand, Lu Yuqin was incensed. Earlier, Madame Hua had haughtily shamed her mother, but she now appeared to be lowly and servile, which was why Lu Yuqin was gleeful. However, she also felt horrified as she had never seen anyone being killed before. It was then she realized that lives could be so fragile in the face of a threat. "Sanyang." Madame Hua continued to plead with her. Lu Sanyang was in a dilemma as she wasn't sure if she should keep asking for Xianxia's mercy on Madame Hua's behalf. She had always been a kind-hearted woman, and although Madame Hua had always opposed her in the past, she still didn't have the heart to watch her get killed over such a trivial matter. In the end, her nature got the better of her as she parted her lips and was ready to plead with Xianxia, but just then, she suddenly frowned and turned to look at the sea. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "A dragon!" She could sense that a pure-blood dragon was approaching them, and it seemed that the person was just as powerful as Fu Qi. She had lived on Dragon Island for years, so naturally, she was sensitive to the presence of members of the Dragon Clan. Following that, she shifted her attention to Xianxia and said anxiously, "Little brother Yang, release her now." No matter which Dragon Clan member was coming, they couldn't let the person see this sight. Otherwise, Xianxia would be doomed. Naturally, Xianxia had noticed this newcomer's approach as well. However, unlike how flustered Lu Sanyang was, there was a tinge of strangeness in his expression as he stared fixedly in the direction the Dragon Clan member was coming. "Ha ha ha!" Madame Hua started cackling all of a sudden as she no longer appeared to be subservient. With an insidious expression, she glowered at Yang Kai and said coldly, "You want to kill me? Try it. Since you have the guts to harm me, I'll slowly settle the score with you. I'll make sure you'll go through the cruelest torture in this world." As a dragon was coming, she was no longer afraid of Yang Kai. Glaring at him, it was as though she was trying to imprint this revolting face in her mind forever. Then, she shifted her attention to Lu Sanyang and her daughter. She seemed to be shooting imaginary daggers at them through her gaze. Lu Sanyang was astounded as she said, "Little brother Yang, release her now. A member of the dragon clan is coming." Although Madame Hua was just Fu Chi's plaything, she was still his woman. No matter which dragon clan member was coming, the person wouldn't watch her get killed without doing anything. Most probably, the person would murder Yang Kai. At that moment, Lu Sanyang was completely on edge.